Chapter 2208. No one wanted to lose an arm, and they didn't want to admit their incompetence in front of everyone. Slapping themselves in the face was a matter of dignity. I'm still a hall master, a feudal lord. Whoever dares to drag me down and embarrass me, I'll kill you. These people were basically the core members of Heavenly Armament Pavilion at this stage. Chu Yang knew that the future development of Heavenly Armament Pavilion would be decided by these people. Therefore, Chu Yang's current investment could only be described as sparing no expense. Every morning, a super heavy pill would be thrown into the big pot. After it was powdered, it would be quickly stirred to make sure that the powder was evenly distributed in the morning soup. Everyone would have a bowl. Those who didn't drink it would have to report to the torture hall. They would definitely be punished to the point of no return. Would they be punished so severely if they didn't drink the soup? Although this decision was very strange, everyone drank it. Some people who never drank the soup pinched their noses and drank it. No matter how uncomfortable it was, it couldn't be compared to the punishments in the torture hall. Under such nourishment, Chu Yang absolutely believed that there would be no difficulty for these people in Heavenly Armament Pavilion to advance by at least one level in half a year's time. However, only Chu Yang, Zi Xiecheng, Wu Qianqian, and Tai Butian knew about this biggest secret. Even Meng Wuye, King Saber, and Lightning Snake, who were at the level of Hall Masters, were completely unaware of it. If they knew about it, their enthusiasm would not be so strong. At least, they wouldn't train so hard. Minister Chu said with a sinister smile. Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian collectively admired Minister Chu's wisdom. They're training like crazy. With my medicine, the effect will be even greater. It'll be strange if they don't show results. Chu Yang smiled sinisterly. His face was full of complacency. Without any outsiders knowing, the era of Heavenly Armament Pavilion's collective cheating and drug abuse quietly arrived. The only side effect was that at some point the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had a new name that was universally acclaimed: Watering Soup Pavilion. After hearing this new name, Chu Yang and Tai Butian were speechless for a long time. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. As Heavenly Armament Pavilion settled in Luohua City, the outside of Heavenly Armament Pavilion quickly became prosperous. It was true that a big move would inevitably lead to rapid economic development. For a time, there were many shops outside with a dazzling lineup. The most bizarre thing was that day, Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others accompanied Yao Ningning and the Tang clan's third young master to go out together. They saw a huge wheelbarrow outside. There were round, ball-like things inserted into wooden sticks on it, and the wheelbarrow was moving around for sale. Yao Ningning was intrigued and asked curiously, "I say, what is this thing of yours?" "Steamed bun candy," the hawker replied proudly. Chu Yang and the others staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then they burst into laughter in unison as they looked at Tan Tan, the hall master of the double hall. Chu Yang laughed out loud. "Steamed buns? Is this exclusive to Tan Tan?" Tan Tan's face turned black in an instant. However, he couldn't vent his anger on the peddler. His nostrils almost spurted out sparks as he strode away. Behind them, Yao Ningning and the others took out money one after another and wantonly bought them. Come. Quickly give me 2 buns of sweets. I want to taste what Tan Tan's Devil Hall tastes like. Give me 2 skewers too. 2 skewers aren't enough. I want 4 skewers. And me?" For a moment, Luohua City's specialty sweets unexpectedly became popular. Even the soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, who were desperately training inside, begged the outsiders. "Give me 2 buns of sweets. I also want to taste what Master Tan's Devil Hall tastes like." Luoyang paper was expensive, and Luohua candy was expensive. As a result, the peddler suddenly and inexplicably made a fortune. Our Heavenly Armament Pavilion has developed very fast recently. The Tang clan's third young master held a drumstick in one hand and chewed. Ever since the annoying disease was cured, the Tang clan's third young master's complexion improved day by day. He even put on weight. Moreover, there was a tendency for him to slowly develop horizontally. The hemp pole posture of the past was no longer seen. Moreover, with the sudden rise of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the few big shots of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion more or less had some relationship with the Tang clan's third young master. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master was more concerned about the Heavenly Armament Pavilion than his own family business. People who didn't know him would think that the Tang clan's third young master was some kind of mastermind of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. However, this very subtle situation had inexplicably raised the Tang clan's third young master's status in the clan. Unexpectedly, his right to speak was getting heavier and heavier. This was an unintentional willow. Gradually, it even had a tendency to suppress the second young master and the eldest young master. This made the Tang clan's third young master, who had always thought that he had no hope, was somewhat surprised. It had to be said that a person's temperament and demeanor were closely related to their own status. The Tang clan's third young master, who held great power in his hands, had now become somewhat calm and dignified. His original appearance with the head of a rat and the body of a hemp pole had now inexplicably become a lot better looking. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master, who had tasted the sweetness of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, had recently become even more diligent. "What do you want?" Tan narrowed his eyes and said, "Look at your head of a rat and your face of vulgarity when you speak. You definitely don't have any good intentions. You are wronging me." "I don't have any." The Tang clan's third young master cried out his innocence and said, "The matter is actually like this." It turned out that the Tang clan's population had become more and more prosperous with the development of the clan over the years. The original clan's residence was now somewhat full. The fundamental reason that limited the Tang clan's development was that the Tang clan's residence was located in the central area of Luohua City. It was almost as if every inch of land there was worth an inch of gold. To the west of it was the city, Lord's residence of Luohua City. That was the territory of the government. The surrounding area was also the property of the government or the residence of the officials. Therefore, if the Tang clan wanted to develop, they could only develop in other directions. However, the current problem was that the east was now occupied by the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If they blindly developed towards the north and south, it would inevitably become a long strip. It really didn't look good. Moreover, in such a location in the heart of the city, buying a large piece of land also required a huge amount of wealth. The Tang clan wanted to occupy the land, but they didn't want to pay for it. Therefore, in the past few days, the Tang clan had been discussing the matter of moving. They wanted to move the entire clan to the south of the city and turn the entire southern part of the city into the new headquarters of the Tang clan. In this way, the relocation would also require a huge amount of money. Moreover, the relocation of the entire clan might not be less than the purchase of land. With the current financial resources of the Tang clan, it was beyond their ability. Only by selling out their current headquarters could they complete this strategic shift. The Tang clan was divided into two factions because of this relocation. One faction was in favor of moving to the north, while the other faction was in favor of moving to the south. But no matter whether it was moving to the south or the north, the relocation had become an urgent matter. The Tang clan's third young master came to Chuyang this time with the purpose of selling the Tang clan's current territory to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion if Chuyang agreed. Because the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was rich, very rich, very rich, very rich. The Tang clan's third young master was deeply touched by this point. Chuyang's attitude of being rich and imposing was definitely not an act. Of course, Chuyang was rich. Now, just in his tribulation dimension alone, there were tens of millions of purple cloud coins. Moreover, as long as Chuyang was willing, he could casually take out something to auction. As long as he took out a certain amount of it, the wealth from the auction would be enough to multiply Chuyang's current net worth by several times. It wouldn't be too difficult, but in the face of the Tang clan's third young master's request, Chu Yang was more or less in a dilemma. When Chu Yang chose to take over the entire east side, he also had the intention of making plans for himself. After all, there was such an excellent feng shui, land below. Although his and Xi Xieching's fortune was no longer something that could be affected by feng shui, he could still make plans for the future by occupying this piece of land. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years later, that place would form again, and there would be a lot of golden jade fluid. That would be a huge matter with far-reaching effects. But now that the Tang clan's third young master was taking the initiative to sell the headquarters of the Tang clan, Chu Yang felt that something was wrong. Xi Xieching said before that the Tang clan's feng shui was excellent, as long as the place where the stars gathered qi continued to exist. The Tang clan would never decline, but the prerequisite was that the Tang clan's headquarters must always be located here. Once the headquarters left, the fortune would no longer be there, because the feng shui would not follow you. Then, it would be hard to say whether the future would be a blessing or a curse. Third young master, I think that the Tang clan's move is a little inappropriate. Chu Yang thought for a while and decided not to take advantage of this. Recently, the Tang clan had helped a lot when they settled down in Luohua City. He couldn't just rob them of their feng shui, right? That would be too despicable. Although the Tang clan didn't know that there were treasures buried deep under their own home, Chu Yang knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? The Tang clan's third young master was a little surprised by Chu Yang's reaction. You see, the Tang clan has settled down in Luohua City for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Chu Yang said lightly. All along in the history of the Tang clan, there has never been any brilliant, peerless experts. It seems that there hasn't even been any sage-level experts. But the Tang clan has settled down in Luohua City for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself is an extremely rare miracle. Without top experts, the Tang clan has always been able to prosper. In a place like Heaven Imperial Court, where the strong are respected and the big fist is the law, this is an impossible miracle. Chu Yang said, but the Tang clan has done it. This shows that the Tang clan's feng shui is good, really good, and definitely not fake. So, I think that the Tang clan's relocation this time should be based on the premise that the Tang clan doesn't move the headquarters. Or you can build another Tang clan residence in another place. But it's better not to move the headquarters. Chu Yang said seriously, a clan is like a big tree. It can't have no roots. The Tang clan's third young master was stunned for a while, and then he fell into deep thought. Chapter 2209. What I said must have some basis. Chu Yang said, the final decision is still in the hands of your clan. If you insist on moving, I can't do anything about it. But I won't buy it. But after you sell it to someone else, I will buy it from someone else. I don't want to destroy the feng shui lifeline of your clan. But if you really sell it, I won't watch the good feng shui fall into someone else's hands. I will buy it back. If I do that, I may have to spend a lot of money. But that money will buy my own peace of mind. Because all of this has nothing to do with me. Of course, I still have to seriously advise you not to sell it. Chu Yang's words had already hit the nail on the head. In fact, they were even very explicit. Tang clan's third young master pondered and said, this is no small matter. I will go back and discuss it with the clan elders. Chu Yang nodded, that's right. If you choose not to move, I can help you if you don't have enough money to build the Tang clan's courtyard. Tang clan's third young master's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Chu. He didn't wait for the meal to finish. He waved his hand and called the waiter to settle the bill. Then he couldn't wait to go home. It seemed that Chu Yang's words had touched him a lot. I say, senior brother, you aren't making fun of Tang clan's third young master, right? Tan stared at Chu Yang with eyes full of suspicion. It seemed that Chu Yang rarely did such a righteous thing. He didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, right? Get lost. A certain king of hell who was being unreasonably suspected shouted angrily, Go eat your sweet buns! The words sweet buns were like a trump card. Tan Tan was stunned in an instant. On Chu Yang's side, he was still racing against time to intensify his training. Under such an atmosphere, Heavenly Armament Pavilion naturally grew stronger and stronger day by day. Such strength was difficult to conceal. The tyrannical strength of Heavenly Armament Pavilion was not unknown just because it had risen for a short period of time. On the contrary, its name was expanding day by day. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, other places were not as calm as here. For example, Mo Yuntian's entire world had turned into a lump of porridge, and it was the kind of porridge that was boiling. Yu Lai was heavily injured and could no longer bear it. The journey back home could not be bumpy. The entire journey took a full month before they returned to their hometown, Mo Yuntian. Mo Yun's vice commander, Yu, had returned in defeat. The shocking news of Meng Wu Yu betraying Mo Yuntian was like a bolt from the blue, shocking all the upper echelons of Mo Yuntian in a short time. Both the military and the government felt an unprecedented shock. The first reaction of all the higher-ups after receiving this news was disbelief. These two pieces of news were simply too absurd. At the time of the initial intelligence, Chu Yang was at best a small fry who had just ascended to the level of saint. How could he possibly defeat and even severely injure Yu Qi, who had already reached the level of saint? Also, he wanted Meng Wuya, who was also a saint, to surrender to him. Was this nonsense? However, the truth of the matter proved the veracity of these lies. As a result, the upper echelons were even more shocked. Especially the first point, it was truly a great shock. All the upper echelons of Mo Yuntian clearly realized the strength of this enemy, Chu Yang. Or perhaps, Chu Yang could no longer be described with the word strong. What kind of existence was Chu Yang to be able to make such a strong army like Yu Lai suffer heavy losses and return in defeat, even to the extent of causing Yu Lai to be heavily injured and on the verge of death? The second point was because of Meng Wuya's betrayal. Almost all the discerning people recognized one thing. The rift between the two opposing factions in Mo Yuntian's military had finally turned into a chasm, moving from the dark to the surface, tearing off the last bit of concealment. The conflict between the two opposing factions in Mo Yuntian's military had finally reached the point of turning into a bare blade. This rupture was no longer avoidable. On one side was the eternal protector of Mo Yuntian, Marshal Mu Tianlan, the invincible military god of Mo Yuntian. On the other side was the trusted aide of Mo Yuntian, Vice Commander Yu Lai. Even before Yu Lai returned, the military generals between the two sides had already fallen into a state of mutual hostility, on the verge of fighting at any time. Everyone was watching this cautiously, and no one was willing to say a word. However, the scouts of the various major forces had already flown into the sky at the first moment. Mo Yuntian immediately sent out Imperial Guards to carry Yu Lai into the palace, inquiring about the reason for this trip in detail. It was precisely because of this matter that even Marshal Mu's request for an audience was ignored. Yu Qi's disheveled appearance and emotional outbursts caused Yuan Tianji to fly into a rage. Marshal Mu, who was waiting outside the palace, heard the Sky Emperor's angry roar filled with hatred. Marshal Mu's thoughts moved, and a wisp of his soul immediately left the palace and returned to the military camp. Immediately control all the chaos in the Dream Slayer army. Then transfer Meng Wuya and the others' families immediately. It's extremely urgent. Quickly. Marshal Mu's soul only said this one sentence, then returned to the outside of the palace again, continuing to wait for Yuan Tianji's summons. This entire process only took the blink of an eye. As soon as the news of Meng Wuya's betrayal spread, Commander Mu had already sent people to protect Meng Wuya and the family members of his trusted subordinates. However, now that the evidence was irrefutable, the original protection force was no longer enough. Marshal Mu once again made a new response at the first moment. Almost at the same time when Marshal Mu's soul returned, he heard an angry roar in the palace. Mu Tianlan, what the hell are you doing? Come in. It was Mo Yuntian, Mo Yuntian's resentful voice. Mu Tianlan sighed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the Sky Emperor would never call his name directly. However, once he did, it meant that the Sky Emperor was on the verge of exploding. Mu Tianlan walked in slowly, only to see you lie half lying on a chair at this moment. Her face had regained its color, and her spirit was also vigorous. It was obvious that she was fine. After receiving the divine medicine from Mo Yuntian, Yulai recovered very quickly. Lord Sky Emperor Mu Tianlan greets you. Marshal Mu bowed slightly. Look at the good soldiers you brought. Yuan Tianji glared at Marshal Mu with a sinister expression. He was furious, disregarding the grace of the emperor, colluding with the enemy, ignoring the blood feud, ignoring my orders, turning a deaf ear to them. You actually betrayed us at the last minute and killed your fellow soldiers, causing tens of thousands of soldiers to be buried in a foreign land. Ignoring the blood feud. As Yuan Tianlan spoke, the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. It had turned into the darkest flames, as if it was going to burn everything. Lord Sky Emperor Mu Tianlan took a deep breath and said loudly, "How can this matter be concluded like this? From the beginning to the end, it was only Yulai's side of the story. How can you convict her?" Meng Huia had always been loyal to the ink cloud heavenly court. He had been at their beck and call for hundreds of thousands of years, and he had never changed his mind even in death. How could he lose his integrity in his old age when he was in a high position? Isn't this strange? Yulai on the side interjected. Marshal Mu's words are wrong and biased. If he didn't betray someone when he has a high position and power, what's the value of betraying when he's just a small soldier? Mu Tianlan was furious. Yulai, are you implying that every high-ranking official of the heavenly court may betray their homeland and defect to the enemy at the last minute? Yulai didn't show any weakness. She said in a deep voice, "What I said, Marshal Mu should understand. Why are you beating around the bush?" For a time, the two argued endlessly, and no one could suppress the other. "You two, stop arguing!" Yuan Tianjie shouted in a deep voice. First of all, when Meng Huia first met Chu Yang was only a martial saint. Meng Huia did not immediately take him down, leaving him room to develop. This is a great sin. Even with the power of a thunderbolt, he still couldn't destroy an ant. If there's nothing strange about it, Mu Tianlan, do you think it's possible? Secondly, Meng Huia has always prided himself as a clear stream, and he has a lot to say about what he did. Now, it's not impossible for him to neglect his duty, be benevolent and sympathetic to the enemy, and even cover up for the enemy. This is the second. Thirdly, Yulai led the 80,000 Moyen army to descend at lightning speed, and before that, I didn't hesitate to mobilize heaven and reached an agreement with the Demon Empress. In the end, I still returned in defeat. As a heavenly emperor, the Demon Empress will not lie to me, and disdain to lie to me. Then Chu Yang and the others can't really get the official help of the Demon Emperor Heaven in Demon Emperor Heaven. Since there's no external help, he's isolated and helpless. Then he can still inflict heavy losses to the army, almost to the point of being completely wiped out. Then, other than Meng Huia, who's familiar with my army, acting as a spy, or even betraying at the last minute, what other possibility is there? Mu Tianlan hurriedly said, "Although what your majesty said is reasonable, this is still within the scope of speculation. There's no evidence. How can you convince everyone?" Mu Tianlan, you're so bold. Yulai said coldly, "General Mu, I've always respected your outstanding ability, and you're the #1 pillar of my Mayun Heaven's army. Everything in the army is handled by you in an orderly manner. Some things, even Lord Heavenly Emperor relies heavily on you. Even your cultivation is not much inferior to Lord Heavenly Emperor. But how can you speak to Lord Heavenly Emperor like this? Are you criticizing Lord Heavenly Emperor? Or are you teaching Lord Heavenly Emperor how to do things? Are all these actions of yours the duty of a subject? Mu Tianlan flew into a rage. You lie, what do you mean by this? Over there, Heavenly Emperor Ma Yun's expression was already somewhat ugly. Yu Lai's words were full of flattery on the surface, but in reality, it was full of ambushes and traps. His words were all accusing Mu Tianlan of having a disloyal heart, and his intentions could be said to be extremely vicious. Chapter 2210. The Lord of a Heaven, especially in a world like Heaven Imperial Court where the bigger fist was the bigger reason. No matter how magnanimous and broad-minded he was most afraid of his subjects having the ability to replace him. Even if the subjects didn't have to have this intention, as long as they had this ability, they had already committed suicide. Everything is under your control. This was equivalent to saying that Mu Tianlan could cover the sky with one hand and act arbitrarily. Lord Heavenly Emperor also relies heavily on you. This was obviously saying that Mu Tianlan's achievements were so great that even Lord Heavenly Emperor couldn't leave you. As for your cultivation, it's not inferior to Lord Heavenly Emperor. This was the most vicious curse. Mu Tianlan, you completely have the ability to usurp the throne. No matter which emperor heard these words, they wouldn't be indifferent. Not to mention that Yuan Tianji was already very dissatisfied with Mu Tianlan because of Yuan Shintu and Meng Wuya. At this moment, when he heard these words that added fuel to the fire, the anger in his heart only grew stronger. Right and wrong are already clear. There's no need to argue anymore. Yuan Tianji said coldly, General Mu. Although Mu Tianlan had a belly full of anger, Yuan Tianji's position was clear now. It was useless to argue anymore. He could only bow and accept the order. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please give your orders. I think that the Dream Army led by Meng Wuya no longer needs to exist. It can be cancelled. Yuan Tianji said lightly. Your Majesty, this can't be done. Mu Tianlan turned pale with fright. Under Meng Wuya's careful management, the Dream Army was united from top to bottom. It could be said that it was one of the few elite troops in Mo Yanshan's army, and the number was quite large. The entire army had a total of 500,000 people. This was a powerful force that no person or force could ignore. How could they just cancel it like that? Although Mu Tianlan knew that he would offend Yuan Tianji even more if he continued to argue, this matter was important. He still tried his best to persuade him. However, Yuan Tianji said with a cynical face, even the general has betrayed us. Do we still need to keep this army? Do we have to wait until the day when the traitor Meng Wuya returns and the entire army goes over to surrender? Your Majesty is wise. You have penetrating insight and hit the nail on the head. Yu Qi cheered loudly. Your Majesty, please think twice about this. Mu Tianlan's face twitched painfully. There's no need to say any more. Zhen's decision has already been made. This is the final conclusion. Yuan Tianjie waved his hand and decisively decided on this matter. In addition, after the disbandment of the Dreamslayer army, all the soldiers and officers under the original organization will be strictly managed. Everyone must be included in the scope of inspection. Yuan Tianjie said coldly, once you find anything wrong, immediately kill them and eliminate all possibilities of hidden dangers. As for the empty space after the Dreamslayer army was disbanded, when he said the words Dreamslayer army, Yuan Tianji's face had an expression of disgust that was hard to hide. Yu Qi will take on the heavy responsibility of expanding the army. Marshal Mu had been doing everything by himself these days, no matter how big or small, and he was tired. Therefore, Marshal Mu did not need to worry about this matter anymore. Mu Tianlan heaved a long sigh in her heart. This matter had already been decided. His side had weakened a main force of the Dreamslayer army, while Yu Qi's side had added a new elite army of 500,000. His Majesty the Sky Emperor's true thoughts were already clear as day. Yu Qi accepted the order loudly and excitedly, expressing her loyalty. In addition, immediately give the order to capture Meng Wuya's family members in Ink Cloud Sky. Also, the family members of those who betrayed with Meng Wuya are also on the list of arrest. This group of people is not small. If they cooperate in rebellion, it may cause considerable losses. Yuan Tianjie said coldly, and a trace of completely unconcealed, killing intent flashed past his eyes. Yu Qi frowned and said, "Your Majesty, Meng Wuya betrayed heaven, and his crime is unforgivable. However, his family members and the families of the soldiers under him may not have the intention to rebel. Moreover, these people all have good cultivation. In the future, they may be of some use." Mu Tianlan glared at Yu Qi, so angry that her whole body trembled. This sentence seemed to be pleading on the surface, but in fact it was reminding the Sky Emperor of Ink Cloud that they may not have the intention to rebel. Of course, they may also have the intention to rebel. Meng Wuya's family members were not ordinary people, and their cultivation was quite good. If they wanted to eliminate the root of the problem and eliminate the hidden danger, it would be better to be more resolute. Sure enough, the killing intent in Yuan Tianjie's eyes was even thicker. He said resolutely, "The crime of rebellion is unforgivable. All the related personnel will be killed without mercy." Mu Tianlan only felt that his heart was hit by a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer. Suddenly, there was a feeling of stars flying around. He struggled to open his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, they don't know the inside story at all. They are all our Ink Cloud citizens. Your Majesty." Yuan Tianjie snorted. "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say more." Plop! Mu Tianlan knelt on the ground, touched the ground with his head, and said bitterly, "Your Majesty, please take back your order. I am willing to guarantee with my life that they have no intention to rebel. I ask your Majesty to be lenient and show mercy." This was the first time Mu Tianlan knelt down since he knelt to Yuan Tianjie 300,000 years ago. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tianjie obviously hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, I'm also willing to guarantee with my life that they have no intention to rebel." Marshal Mu's words are reasonable. Yu Qi struggled and said, "If they really disregard your Majesty's kindness in the future and rebel against this heaven, at that time we will naturally put righteousness before family. We will definitely not be influenced by them and wallow in the mire. If they betrayed in the future, maybe Mu Tianlan would also rebel." This was the true meaning of Yu Qi's words. Mu Tianlan only felt that his blood was attacking his heart. He jumped up suddenly and slapped Yu Qi's face fiercely. "Shameless villain with a honeyed mouth and a sword in the belly. Adding insult to injury. You really have a dirty and vicious heart." With a paw sound, Yu Qi rolled down from the chair. He spat out blood and exclaimed, "Mu Tianlan, you actually dare to commit murder in public in front of His Majesty." Mu Tianlan strode forward. His eyes were blood-red and murderous. "Today, I will kill you, you despicable villain, and return Mayan Sky to a clear sky." However, a figure flashed in front of him. Yuan Tianjie stood in front of Mu Tianlan indifferently and said lightly, "Marshal Mu, what are you going to do?" At this moment, hearing this cold Marshal Mu was really like a basin of cold water poured over his head. Mu Tianlan suddenly felt weak all over. He staggered back a step and said, "I am guilty." Yuan Tianjie narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a long time. Then he said, "Since Marshal Mu and Marshal Yu vouch for this group of people at the same time, then I will spare them for the time being. However, they can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. Everyone will be thrown into the prison to see what happens next. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Mu Tianlan lowered his head sadly. "Yu Qi, you made a promise just now. Since you promised to place righteousness above family, Zhen will order you to supervise the prison. You must capture all the traitors and bring them to justice. If anyone escapes, Zhan will punish you for neglecting your duty." Yuan Tianji said coldly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yu Qi agreed loudly, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely fulfill my duty and will not be influenced by anyone. I will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I let a traitor go. If there is a mistake, Your Majesty will punish me severely." Mu Tianlan suddenly closed his eyes. He only felt that his heart was cold. Every word of Yu Qi's was directed at him. Did he have no chance to intervene in this matter anymore? If the soldiers of the Dreamslayer army and their families really fell into Yu Qi's hands, how could they have a good ending? Mu Tianlan didn't believe that Meng Wuya would betray from the bottom of his heart. But now, Meng Wuya had become a traitor under Yu Qi's trap. This was already decided, and it was also decided by Yuan Tianjia. It was the same for everyone else. The prisoners who were caught and thrown into the prison were directly put under Yu Qi's control. Their ending was undoubtedly more miserable. Perhaps His Majesty the Sky Emperor was warning him. Otherwise, Mo Yuntian had officials in charge of criminal law. Why would he use a deputy marshal of the world's armed forces to directly manage a small prison, even if the prisoners inside were important? But there was no need for this. It could be imagined that after this matter, Yu Qi's authority would be astonishingly high, and he would gradually be alienated by His Majesty the Sky Emperor. His group of good brothers who followed him before would all suffer, and now he could only give in. If he were to be enraged and take any action, then this group of people who treated him as their core would truly be faced with the calamity of annihilation. Mu Tianlan didn't even know how he got out of Mo Yuntian's imperial palace. Mu Tianlan was in a daze. He looked up at the sky with his eyes closed. He only felt that his heart was dead. "Wuya, although I have tried my best to mediate, it is of no use. At present, I can only try my best to protect some of your families. As for protecting all of them, I am powerless. Moreover, even this small part may not be able to protect all of them." Mu Tianlan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Suddenly, a piece of coldness fell on his face. Then, there was a piece of coldness that penetrated his bones. In the distance, there was a child's voice cheering, "It's snowing! It's snowing!" Mu Tianlan suddenly opened his eyes and only saw countless white snowflakes falling from the sky. This year's snow seems to come earlier than in previous years. Mu Tianlan stood bleakly in the snow and murmured. No one knew what he meant. Outside the palace, the military generals who were waiting for him came up and asked with concern, "General Mu, how is the situation?" "General Mu, what did His Majesty say?" "General Mu, how is old Meng? Is His Majesty willing to give him a way out?" Mu Tianlan looked up at the sky and sighed. He didn't say a word and walked in the flying snow with an inexplicable, bleak expression. The generals behind him looked at each other, and their faces sank instantly. They were full of disappointment. One of them even cried out. Although no one could see any result from Mu Tianlan's face, there was no expression on his face, and he didn't say anything. But this already showed that Meng Wuya's name as a traitor had been confirmed, and there was no turning back. The Dreamslayer army was finished. Asking for the author's Vote of the Year. Chapter 2211. I'm going to His Majesty. I'm going to ask His Majesty for an explanation. There's always a place for justice in this world. How can you dismiss an army so carelessly? This won't do. A bearded general shouted in grief and indignation. He suddenly turned around and ran toward the main gate of the palace. "Come back!" Mu Tianlan shouted. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled the running general to his side. Mu Tianlan raised his hand and slapped the general's face. "Do you want another traitor to appear among us? Or will there be another corpse with the title of traitor?" Mu Tianlan's face was livid. When the generals heard this, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Marshal Mu's words implied that the current situation might be 1,000 times worse than the worst situation that they had imagined. Mu Shuai? Why? One of the generals, who was the closest to Meng Huya, asked tearfully, "The rain is late." Marshal Mu gritted his teeth. His face was livid. He said each word in a low voice with a hateful tone. Then he took large strides forward. His bleak figure was completely submerged in this sudden blizzard. This year's snowstorm had indeed come earlier than in previous years. What a heavy snowfall! The weather was cold enough. All the generals looked at Marshal Mu's back and felt a chill in their hearts. Outside Marshal Mu's camp, there were also many officers standing quietly in the snow waiting. There were more of them, as many as thousands. These people were the officers of Meng Huya's Dream Slayer army. All the generals above the rank of deputy general were here. They looked at Mu Tianlan and the others coming from afar. The muscles on Mu Tianlan's face twitched fiercely. He didn't say anything. He just looked deeply at the thousands of soldiers in front of him. He was speechless. He was too ashamed to face them. Facing these people's hopeful eyes, the people behind him all felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. Without exception, they all lowered their heads. None of the thousands of people said a single word. They just looked at Mu Shuai, hoping to get the answer they wanted to hear. However, they were all speechless. After a while, the flames of hope in the eyes of those officers were extinguished bit by bit, without the slightest bit of light. Mu Tianlan straightened his back and stood in front of the thousands of soldiers. He raised his face and closed his eyes. He didn't say a word. After a long time, he suddenly bowed deeply to the thousands of soldiers. He bowed to the ground. "Brothers, I'm sorry." A long time after Mu Tianlan finished speaking, he was still standing there with his body bowed. All the generals behind him bowed to the ground. They didn't have the face to say any words of explanation. They could only use this action to show their helplessness. The thousands of people on the other side stood there in a daze. Every one of them was like a wooden statue. After a long time, everyone quietly moved their feet and opened up the path to the camp. Still no one spoke. As the first person turned sideways and opened up the path behind him, everyone behind him quietly moved their feet and stood sideways. A straight path appeared in front of Mu Tianlan's bowed body. As these people moved slowly and silently, drops of hot tears quietly fell to the ground. They burned a hole in the thin layer of snowflakes that had just fallen, revealing the ground under the snowflakes. Then, thousands of people returned to silence and motionlessness. Their eyes were full of silence. Mu Tianlan still bowed and didn't make the slightest movement. The generals behind him also didn't move at all. Suddenly, an order came from the opposite side. "Salute!" "Kneel." "Farewell, Marshal Mu." "Kowtow." "Stand up." With the 5 majestic orders, thousands of people silently raised their hands, clenched their fists on the left side of their chests, and bowed to Mu Tianlan for the last time. "Kneel down, thank, and bid farewell to Marshal Mu." "Dong!" Following an orderly dull thud, the entire earth trembled. The foreheads of thousands of hot-blooded men hit the snow hard at the same time, causing the snowflakes to swirl in the air. With the order of "Stand up," everyone stood up neatly. However, it was no longer silent. The next moment, the person at the front of the line quietly moved his feet and slowly walked out without looking back. Thousands of people all followed behind him and walked out silently. In the silvery white snowflakes, the black military uniforms of the Dream Slayer army were like a black torrent. "Take care!" Mu Tianlan straightened up. Everyone trembled with this sound, but no one stopped or looked back. "Everyone, try your best to protect your families," Mu Tianlan said softly. "If you can't, send them to me." Thousands of men trembled again at the same time. But still no one stopped, no one looked back, and no one made a sound. Not even a cough or a gasp. Thousands of people left quietly as if they had never been here. Only neat footprints were left on the ground. It was so dazzling in this place of first snow. As it grew larger, those footprints were also slowly covered. However, these soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for Mo Yuntian Would they also be annihilated by history? Mu Tianlan looked at the footprints that were gradually disappearing on the ground in a trance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and laughed bitterly. Then, with a sound of wah, a big mouthful of blood spurted out without warning. It turned into a bloody mist and filled the sky. The people behind him surrounded him in panic. Mu Tianlan staggered and waved his hand. He said tiredly, "I'm fine." But he felt a chill in his heart. Even if you want to reshuffle the military, even if the military's power is severely tilted, even if you are too cruel. You are too cruel. Mu Tianlan looked sadly in the direction of the imperial palace and sighed. In Mo Yuntian, the situation suddenly changed overnight. The troops and horses under Yu Qi's command took over all the important places inside and outside the imperial palace. The surrounding cities also responded one after another. Almost every city's gate was occupied and guarded by Yu Qi's army. The army belonging to Commander Mu was ordered to guard the camp at the same time, and no one was allowed to go out. If anyone went out without permission, he would be punished as a traitor. Clan execution. Such an order was obviously biased. Everyone, especially the officials, quickly sensed that something unusual was going on. For a time, the people in Mo Yuntian's imperial city were in a panic. Everyone knew that the battle between the two highest commanders of the military ended with Deputy Commander Yu Qi's complete victory and Mu Tianlan's complete defeat. This ending made everyone's jaws drop. Although the military was divided into factions, Mu Tianlan had always had complete control over the military forces. His troops and horses were almost all elites. In terms of numbers, if there were only 10 people in Mo Yuntian's military, then at least 7 people were on Mu Tianlan's side, and there were only 3 people on Yu Qi's side. How could Mu Tianlan be defeated with such a disparity in strength? But the fact made everyone puzzled. The one who was defeated and completely at a disadvantage was exactly Mu Tianlan, who everyone thought was invincible. The forces belonging to Yu Qi's side were all arrogant and in high spirits, galloping their horses and looking insufferably arrogant. On the other hand, the soldiers of Marshal Mu's army had gathered at the edge of the campsite, their eyes spitting fire as they watched their old rivals flaunt their prowess at close range. They just lay on the edge of the camp. Behind them, the officers shouted loudly to let everyone go back to their tents. But these soldiers, who had strict management and military discipline, turned a deaf ear to this order. Behind them, the people in the military law office moved out one after another, waving their whips and whipping the backs of these iron-blooded men. Blood and flesh flew. Every time the whip went down, the people who were whipped twitched violently. But even so, no one went back to their own camp. They were still lying on the fence, watching what was happening outside. Everyone's teeth were deeply biting into their lips. Blood was cold. In the end, the people in the law office hit themselves until tears streamed down their faces. They threw away the whips and simply squatted on the ground and cried. The people in the imperial city still didn't know what was going on, but they were also keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere. They closed their doors one by one, only peeking out from the cracks of the door occasionally. Everyone's heart was beating wildly, as if they were welcoming the end of the world. Such panic quickly spread from the imperial city to the outside, and several surrounding cities were quickly affected. Then it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The whole Moyun sky was in chaos because of it. In the afternoon of this day, since lunch, countless soldiers and horses began to gather and mobilize. Yu Qi began to take the next step. Countless doors were kicked open by the rude and unreasonable soldiers. Immediately after, strings of people were dragged out from inside. The people who were tied up had miserable expressions, and their faces were filled with despair. If they walked a little slower, they would be whipped. Their cotton-padded clothes would be whipped, and the cotton wool would fly, and blood would slowly ooze out. One push, one stagger. Among these prisoners, there were some who were covered in wounds because they resisted with force but were subdued. There were also some who were only young children, some who were already white-haired and had one foot in the grave. There were also some who were young girls, and there were also some women. It could be seen that each of these people used to have a certain status or lived like a prince all year round. But at this moment, they were all tied up and dragged to the prison. Chapter 22:12. Officers wearing the uniform of the Dream Slayer army kept jumping out to block their way. What kind of crime did I commit? What crime did my family commit? I fought a bloody battle in the Black Wind Gorge. I died in the Heaven Eye Mountain. I killed 300 enemies in the Soul-Locking River. I made contributions to the Heavenly Court. I shed blood for His Majesty. I made contributions and worked hard. I am not guilty. Let go of my family. Let go of my family. The Black Wind Gorge, the Heaven Eye Mountain, and the Soul-Locking River were the 3 most praiseworthy battles in Meng Huiya's life. Back then, when Mo Yuntian's forces rebelled, Meng Huiya led the army to battle. The 3 great battles established his invincible reputation in the military. He and the army he led forced all the opposing forces to a dead end. The name Dream Slayer Army was formed from then on. The Dream Slayer Army destroyed the dreams of all the rebels. However, these officers were unable to save their loved ones after their screams. Instead, they were treated even more cruelly. Whenever one of them questioned them, countless soldiers would swarm out and capture them. They would kick them to the ground and tie them up. Before they could tie them up, their faces were slapped so hard that it was unbearable to look at. There were also countless rods that hit him where the pain was the most intense. These iron-blooded soldiers, who had achieved great military exploits in the past, were dragged into the prison. Their arms or legs had long been smashed, and they were no longer in human form. These loyal and courageous soldiers only claimed that they were wronged, but none of them tried to resist with force. On the second day, the search and capture continued. The entire heavenly court of Mo Yun and the 30 big cities outside the imperial city were all carrying out the same thing. Meng Huiya had been through hundreds of battles and made countless contributions. The Dream Slayer army he led also rose in status. They moved their families from the remote areas to the most prosperous cities. This was an honor specially granted by the Heavenly Emperor of Mo Yun. It was an honor that everyone in the military was envious of. However, the situation had changed. This honor had become a death sentence with nowhere to run. The target was clear. As more and more people were arrested, the military was in a state of panic, especially when they saw that some deputy generals, and even the vanguard of the main force were all killed and sent to prison. The officers on Mu Tianlan's side finally began to stir. He could only watch helplessly as his brother's family was captured and abused. He didn't even have the chance to try and save them. This kind of helplessness was definitely not something a normal person could endure. After the incident, Mu Tianlan had already knelt in front of the Moyanshan Imperial Palace for 2 days and 2 nights, begging Yuan Tianjie to take back his order. Kneeling with him were almost all of Mo Yuntian's military pillars and upper echelons. Some officials even knelt down, hoping that their actions would give the Dream Slayer army a chance to survive. However, Yuan Tianjie didn't pay attention to these people's advice. At this moment, Yuan Tianjie and his beloved concubine were mourning their lost love in the morning hall of the Tai Yuan Different Road. This concubine is Yuan Sheta's birth mother. He completely turned a deaf ear to the tsunami of pleading voices outside. "What is His Majesty doing?" A white-bearded old official asked angrily. "So many people are crying and begging. Can't His Majesty hear it? He's completely indifferent." The others were stunned. No one knew why. The chief steward of the imperial palace had known Mu Tianlan for a long time and had some friendship. Seeing this situation, he felt really uncomfortable. He quietly came to General Mu and transmitted his voice. "General Mu, you don't have to kneel anymore. Even if you kneel, it's useless. His Majesty is now summoning the soul of His Highness. He's now in the morning hall and won't care about anything that happens here. As soon as the sentence came out, Mu Tianlan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. With the support of his profound cultivation, even though he had been kneeling for 2 days, his knees were still flexible. However, this sudden sentence made his knees stiffen instantly and he could barely move. For Yuan Sheta's accidental death, Yuan Tianjie hated Chu Yang the most. But now, other than Chu Yang, Yuan Tianjie hated Meng Huia the most. At this moment, everyone was pleading for Meng Huia outside, but Yuan Tianjie was summoning the soul of Yuan Sheto. Facing his beloved memorial tablet, Yuan Tianjie only became angrier. If it were any other time, there might be a chance to be lenient. But now, the more people pleaded for mercy, the more the Dream Slayer army would be pushed one step closer to death. It would only cause the opposite effect, and it wouldn't be of any use at all. Who came up with this bad idea for His Majesty? Summoning the soul? Summoning what soul? The Tai Yuan Shetu was killed by Chu Yang. His soul was scattered and his body and spirit were destroyed. What soul can he summon? Mu Tianlan's eyes were like a hawk's. Yuan Sheta died and there was a mourning hall. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor said, "If Chu Yang doesn't die, the mourning hall won't be removed. He must use Chu Yang's head to pay tribute to his love that died in vain." It's Marshal Yu's suggestion. The Minister of Imperial Household was an old eunuch with a white face. He whispered. Marshal Yu said that the Tai Yuan Sheta's soul might not be completely destroyed. If His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor can use his supreme martial arts to perform the Heaven 10 Earth soul searching attack in the Great Mourning Hall, he might be able to summon the remnant soul of the Tai Yuan Shetu and return. And as long as there's a little remnant soul, it can be protected by the light of the Heavenly Emperor and enter the cycle of reincarnation. There'll still be a day when you reunite with your father. Mu Tianlan smashed his fist hard on the ground. This punch clearly didn't use any cultivation, but it still made a big hole in the solid ground that was as hard as star steel. Ridiculous, Mu Tianlan scolded angrily. The Heaven 10 Earth soul searching technique did have such a mysterious technique. What Marshal Yu said did indeed exist, but the premise was that Yuan Sheta's death must be near. And the current situation was that Yuan Sheta died in the Eastern Royal Heaven. For Yuan Tianji, it was already too far away to do anything. It was impossible for him to turn the tide. What's more, the Tai Yuan Sheta had already been dead for more than half a year. Only now did he think of summoning the soul. Although it was still possible in theory, there was no chance at all in practice. Moreover, after confirming that Yuan Sheta's soul had been destroyed, Yuan Tianji had already tried to summon his soul once. That time it was completely useless. In other words, Yuan Sheta's soul had truly been destroyed, and not even a bit of his soul was left. No matter how much he tried to summon his soul, it would only be a futile effort and completely useless. Is His Majesty really muddle-headed? Mu Tianlan's chest heaved up and down. His beard moved without wind. He was so anxious that he couldn't say anything. His Majesty's action is still out of love. Even though he knows it's impossible, he still has to try. Just in case. The Minister of Imperial Household sighed deeply. Mu Tianlan suddenly came to a realization. Marshal Yu didn't mention this matter at this time, simply to summon the soul of the Tai Yuan Shetu. Instead, it completely blocked the path of pleading for mercy for the Dream Slayer army. As long as Yuan Shetu was in the mourning hall, Yuan Tianji's hatred would be infinitely magnified. He would even lose his rationality and the ability to make decisions. In this way, any words of pleading for Meng Huia would sound like the tragic death of love in Yuan Tianji's ears. Every word of such pleading would stimulate the pain of loss in Yuan Tianji's heart. Every pleading would push the situation of Meng Huia and the Dream Slayer army one step closer to an even more unbearable place. This thought was simply vicious to the extreme. However, Marshal Yu had grasped the thoughts of a parent. Although Yuan Tianji also knew that this method wouldn't work and that it would be in vain, he would still try his best to give it a try for peace of mind. What if there really was a chance? Mu Tianlan told everyone about this situation. Everyone looked up to the sky and sighed. Everyone stood up one after another. At this moment, the originally well-intentioned pleading had turned into adding insult to injury. However, if they didn't plead for mercy, would they just watch these loyal soldiers die unjustly in prison? Everyone looked at each other. They were all at their wits' end. Mu Tianlan took a few steps back and looked at a certain direction in the palace with a somewhat desolate expression. Over there was a faint smell of cigarette smoke. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at such a distance, but Mu Tianlan could accurately sense it. There was the place where His Majesty the Celestial Emperor was summoning souls. The aura there was completely peaceful. There was no sign of fluctuation at all. Obviously, His Majesty's thoughts didn't move at all. He simply didn't care about how many officials of the country were kneeling and crying blood and pleading. Mu Tianlan looked at it deeply for a while. Finally, he straightened up and turned to leave. The heavy snow was still drifting in the air. Mu Tianlan's departing figure seemed to be carrying the heavy snow all over the sky. He didn't look back. He walked forward with unusual firmness. His footsteps became faster and faster. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. As the others watched Marshal Mu leave, their faces were filled with grief and grief. What? Meng Wuya's family can't be found. Also, the families of those trusted generals who had been with him had all gone missing? There's no harvest at all. Yu Qi looked furiously at the face of the soldier who came to report the news. His face was unusually ferocious. He almost wanted to swallow the person in one bite. We really can't find them. The general said carefully in a low voice, "It is said that they all moved away a month and a half ago." They all moved away a month and a half ago. Yu Qi narrowed his eyes and then said, "I see. You continue to search for the other core soldiers of the Dream Slayer army and their families, especially Meng Wuya's trusted aides. As for those who have been confirmed to have left, I will deal with them personally." "Yes." The officer saluted and walked out. Yu Qi's calm face slowly turned gloomy, and there was a hint of danger. The next moment he clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Men." Chapter 22:13. Your subordinates are here. A few shadowy figures suddenly appeared. In the next period of time, pay close attention to all the movements in Marshal Mu's mansion. Also, don't let go of any trace of the confidants in Marshal Mu's mansion. Once there is any news, report it to me immediately. Yes, sir. Can I take this opportunity to kill Mu Tianlan? Yu Qi stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. After thinking for a long time, he still shook his head. In any case, His Majesty will never allow the military to be dominant. That's why he supported me to fight against Marshal Mu. This time, although Mu Tianlan was hurt and even hurt his foundation, it's impossible to really uproot him. Even His Majesty won't allow him to fall, at least not immediately. And I believe that as long as His Majesty's grief is over, he will definitely take care of Mu Tianlan's personal feelings. To a certain extent, he will allow Mu Tianlan to take revenge on me. So, as to create a new balance, different thoughts were rolling in Yu Qi's heart. But this time, I've completely fallen out with Mu Tianlan. Since our positions are obvious, why don't we take advantage of this great opportunity to take a step further? Even if I can't kill Mu Tianlan, I will make him more uncomfortable. Even if I want to establish a new balance, I must be strong and he must be weak. Meng Wuya and the Dream Slayer army alone are not enough. Yu Qi, who had made up his mind, ordered again. After giving 3 orders in a row, he sat on the chair tiredly. He had just recovered from a serious injury, and his body was still very weak. It was impossible to fully recover in 1 or 2 years. Although the secret medicine given by Yuan Tianjie was magical, it was not as effective as the heavy pill. However, the 3 new orders given by Yu Lai were like the 3 sharpest knives, each of which would stab into Mu Tianlan's heart. Ask the people in the prison to hurry up and torture them. Don't ask them to give a confession, but torture their bodies to the maximum extent. The only taboo is to not kill them, but still try to do it. If they are released one day, they can only lie in bed for the rest of their lives. As for the torture of the women, I don't care if you're dead or alive. If anyone dies, behead them in public. The 3 orders were each more vicious than the last, leaving no room for negotiation. He had tortured a soldier who he knew was loyal to him into a cripple. His methods were vicious, and his heart was even more vicious. Using punishment on a woman's family was a taboo in the world, let alone a soldier's family. They were truly unscrupulous. Even if they were on opposing sides, their methods were still too much. Beheading the deceased in public is equivalent to announcing it to the world. The crime of treason would be nailed to death, and there would be no room for negotiation. Yu Ling knew that if he did this, there was a high chance that it would cause public anger, especially the backlash from the military. However, Late Rain wasn't worried at all, because he was waiting for the other party to rebound. The greater the rebound, the heavier the crime. When the rebound reached a certain point, Mu Tianlan would be completely unable to recover from this incident. In the future, even if there would be a situation where the 2 of them would fight against each other in the military, Mu Tianlan would no longer be his opponent. At least in terms of power and influence, it would plummet. But if there was no rebound, you, Mu Tianlan, couldn't even protect your own subordinates, and even your subordinates' families. If you just watched your subordinates being framed and your family being humiliated, what qualifications do you, Mu Tianlan, have to stand in the position of the military's #1 marshal? No matter what the result was, whether there would be a rebound or not, Mu Tianlan's decline could already be predicted. Under Late Rain's push, under the tacit consent of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianji, since Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin ascended the throne, the Mo Yin Heavenly Court's first great unjust prison unfolded just like that. The targets of the unjust prison were all loyal soldiers who had once risked their lives for Mo Yuntian. These soldiers were bathed in blood all year round. When they went out to war, each one of them had outstanding military achievements. Perhaps when they galloped on the battlefield and bathed in blood to kill the enemy, no one would have thought that their final ending was actually in the heavenly court that they risked their lives to protect. They died in the hands of those aristocrats who had sacrificed countless times to ensure their safety. The far-reaching consequences of this unjust prison made people dumbfounded. In the later world, it was called the unjust prison that changed the entire heavenly imperial court. Even Yuan Tianji himself didn't expect what this unjust prison would lead to. Another day's time passed. The Mo Yun heavenly imperial city was still covered in snow. There was snow and blood, and the sound of crying out for injustice was becoming more and more intense and widespread. And the military's Late Rain's methods were getting tougher and more unscrupulous. There were too many soldiers riding their horses on the road at full speed. Behind the horse, there was a bloody body being dragged by a long rope. No matter how the body screamed and begged for mercy, the rider still laughed loudly. He did not stop and continued to gallop away, leaving behind a trail of blood accompanied by a trail of snow. In front of the entrance of the marshal's mansion, Mu Tianlan, who looked even more haggard, had his hands behind his back. His face was cold as he quietly watched his subordinates being taken away one by one. His subordinates' families were screaming. Those who were caught were dragged across the street in front of him, one batch after another. Mu Tianlan's figure remained steady and motionless, as if he was indifferent. Only the coldness in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, more and more awe-inspiring. Many people didn't need to pass by this road at all. But under Late Rain's deliberate order, even if they had to deliberately take a detour, they must pass by Mu Tianlan's door. Provoking, an undisguised provocation. Yes, I just want to see how long you, Mu Tianlan, can endure it. Endure it. When you can't endure it anymore, You don't have to endure it anymore. Endure it to the end. No need to endure it anymore. Then wait for His Majesty's thunderous anger. Endure it to the end? Then you can definitely wait until people's hearts are scattered. Because Mu Tianlan understood this truth, he was in a dilemma. The joints of his hands behind his back had already turned white. Although his face looked calm, his whole body was already as tense as a bow with a full bowstring. Was it on the verge of breaking out, or, finally, Mu Tianlan turned around expressionlessly and returned to the mansion. His figure was nowhere to be seen. Behind him, there was still a cruel scolding from afar. "Fuck you! Hurry up! Can't you walk because you broke a leg? Crawl! Crawl! If you can't crawl, I'll chop you to death with my sword. Save me the trouble." A loud scolding would be accompanied by the sound of a whip being whipped, followed by a shrill and miserable shriek. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Mu Tianlan walked in as if he didn't hear it. In the courtyard, hundreds of military generals had already gathered here. When they saw Mu Tianlan coming in, they surrounded him with a whoosh. "Marshal Mu, what should we do?" "Marshal Mu, give the order. We'll fight with them." "Marshal Mu, we can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, those people will really be finished." "Marshal Mu, I beg you." Mu Tianlan's hawk-like eyes turned from the faces of his subordinates, one by one. A trace of unconcealable pain flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone go back. Why are you all here? What do you want to do by gathering here? Could it be that he was planning to rebel? Get out of here. Get out of here immediately, right now." Marshal Mu, nearly 100 people, couldn't believe what they heard. They knelt down neatly and screamed shrilly. "This is His Majesty's decision. I have to follow it. How can we break the laws of the heavenly court?" Mu Tianlan's face was cold. The Dreamslayer army is not guilty. When the time comes, they will naturally be cleared. If they are guilty, no one can save them. Go back and wait for the next news. Everyone stared at Mu Tianlan with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were full of disbelief, surprise, and strangeness. Was this what Marshal Mu said? How could he say that? How could he say that? As long as these people were in the heavenly prison now, even if they were lucky enough to get out in the future, they would basically be useless, especially those women. How could they still be innocent after being in the heavenly court, under the leadership of Yu Hian? How could these old opponents of his have the slightest bit of luck? Ah! Suddenly, there was a high-pitched scream from outside. It dragged on, and the voice was hoarse, revealing unspeakable pain. That's Tiger's voice." Several generals recognized the voice. It was the voice of Li Laohu, the deputy general of the Dreamslayer army. His voice was very unique. It was because he was once captured on the battlefield. He was tortured by the enemy. In the end, half of his tongue was cut off. Although he was rescued later, he could never speak clearly again. How could such a tough man cry out in pain? What kind of pain did he suffer before? I want to go and see. Many people suddenly stood up. Even if there was something wrong with the Dreamslayer army, they shouldn't treat a tough man who had sacrificed so much for Mo Yuntian like this. All of you, stop right there. No one is allowed to go. This is an order. Mu Tianlan shouted, his eyes shining. Everyone get the hell out of here. Without my order. Anyone who dares to take a step out is disobeying the military order. It's rebellion. It's rebellion. Mu Tianlan's face was livid. He kept scolding, "Get out! Get out! All of you get back home." When everyone heard this, it was as if 3 days of cold water had been poured over their heads. In the army, the official saying was that the superiors were the most important, and it was the duty of the soldiers to obey orders. But what was really important was that the soldiers and soldiers were united. There was never a military officer who didn't protect his own soldiers. How could he fight a war if he couldn't even protect his own soldiers? Marshal Mu had always been the one who protected his own soldiers the most. Mu Tianlan had done so much for the sake of the soldiers. Therefore, everyone was convinced. No one disobeyed Mu Tianlan's orders. Chapter 22:14. Mu Shuai, are we not going to care about the life and death of these brothers? Don't tell me we don't care about the families of these brothers. Are we just going to stand by and watch them be framed and humiliated? Marshal Mu, are you really going to do this? Everyone did not leave immediately. They all looked at Marshal Mu in a daze. Their eyes were full of confusion and hatred. Was Marshal Mu really frightened by Yu Qi's series of methods? Was he going to admit defeat this time? Was he really going to give in this time? I never repeat what I say twice. Don't make me repeat myself. Mu Tianlan's face was livid. Guards, use the big stick and chase all these people out of here. Whoever dares to go out and disobey the military order will be punished for treason. His whole family will be executed, and his whole family will be implicated. Marshal Mu! Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, but they were all pushed out by the guards of the marshal's mansion. With a bang, the door was closed tightly, completely isolating the space on both sides. A group of generals stood in front of the door. They were all cold and looked at each other. Everyone's faces were full of grievances and despair. If Marshal Mu really stood by and ignored this matter, the Dreamslayer army would basically be announcing the end of a dead end. Sigh. Deep sighs could be heard. Mu Tianlan drove all his subordinates out of the door and stood in the courtyard for a while. Then he slowly walked into his study with heavy steps. How is it? Mu Tianlan asked quietly in his study. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, in the seemingly empty room, someone immediately replied, Yu Qi has ordered all the arrested officers of the Dreamslayer army to confess. Everyone will be tortured until they are disabled, regardless of whether their family members are dead or alive. If they are humiliated, the dead will be beheaded in public. As long as there is a rumor, as long as it involves the officers of other armies, they will be immediately arrested and brought to justice, no matter who is involved. The descendants of these officers are basically unmarried. Their families are inextricably linked. Under the order to exterminate their families, even their in-laws have been arrested. The extent of the involvement is shocking. So far, the number of officers of the Dreamslayer army who have been arrested and imprisoned in the heavenly prison has exceeded 7,000. Including their families, there are almost 100,000 people. This number is still rising. The prison cells are gradually overcrowded. Some of the people who are considered to be too suspicious by Yu Qi's faction and have high backgrounds have been detained in private prisons. However, the search is still going on, and there is a trend of it gradually expanding. Currently, it is only limited to the Imperial City. The criminals in the surrounding areas are facing the same situation. Overall, this time, at least 1 million people have suffered because of this. This number is even the most conservative estimate. In addition, the disbanded 500,000 soldiers of the Dreamslayer army have been disbanded. They have been disarmed and returned to their fields. However, although everyone who returned home was not detained, they were humiliated in various ways. It seems that as long as it is a person, no matter how heinous and evil he is, as long as he is in front of the Dreamslayer army, he is superior. He can be humiliated in any way. This kind of unscrupulous persecution is getting more and more intense. Currently, it has spread to 41 cities around the Imperial City, and it is still spreading and expanding. If we really don't care when this matter comes to an end, I am afraid that at least 30 million people will suffer because of this. The voice in the void spoke faintly, recounting such a tragic event, but there was no emotion in the voice at all. Mu Tianlan took a deep breath and said, How is the Heavenly Armament Pavilion now? Where are they active? Are they active frequently? Since yesterday, our men have been provoking them. However, the host of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Xiedanqiong, is getting more and more cunning. He refuses to go deep, and the number of masters under him has increased. His strength is also more powerful, so it is difficult to lead him here, the voice in the dark said. You go there immediately and tell him in person that the military has decided to cooperate with him this time. Let him take his men 500 miles away from the imperial city and move around. Then we will give him a big gift, Mu Tianlan said slowly, with a trace of pain in his eyes. I am afraid that Xie Danqiong won't believe this. He is not only cautious, but also a phoenix that never lands in a place without treasures. The person in the dark hesitated. Don't worry about this. What you need to do is to determine the approximate location, and then send me a message with your divine soul. I will use the divine soul doppelganger to go there and negotiate with Xie Danqiong personally. Mu Tianlan took a deep breath. This matter must be kept secret. Yes, in a dense forest, Xie Danqiong was dressed in black, and his handsome face was full of doubts. He stood quietly on the treetop, standing still. On the path in the forest, a large group of escorts was walking. The cries of the group were earth-shattering. Along the way, the closer they got to the imperial city, the more such things happened. Xie Danqiong couldn't help but be surprised. This situation was really strange. This was because there were many handsome men among the prisoners. They were majestic and strong. With Xie Danqiong's eyesight, he could easily tell that these men were all experts. Even if they weren't at the level of being able to fight alone, they were still quite outstanding. But why did so many masters commit crimes at the same time? And many of them were even physically disabled. Such people could be regarded as a big fortune in any world. Why did they end up like this? I am afraid that this matter is very strange. Give the order to focus on the investigation. Xie Danqiong said, there was really nothing to focus on in this matter. He believed that as long as he caught someone and asked, he would know the whole story. It was nothing more than a competition between the military forces. These people in front of him were the ones who lost. Dream Slayer Army? It is the Dream Slayer Army. Because they failed to eliminate Chuyang, the remaining people were all subdued by Chuyang. They betrayed Mo Yuntian. The Dream Slayer Army that stayed behind in Mo Yuntian was convicted because of this. One person was convicted, and the whole clan was implicated. Xie Danqiong's elegant eyebrows tightly wrinkled when he realized what had happened. This matter was a little interesting. Then what should he do? Also, during this period of time, some people on Mo Yuntian's side deliberately lured him to the direction of the imperial city. They clearly had no evil intentions, but their attitude was really ambiguous. What was this situation? Did this deliberate lure have anything to do with this matter? Xie Danqiong knew his own situation. Although he had narrowly escaped death several times and had many fortuitous encounters, his cultivation had improved greatly. Now he had reached an extremely high level, but there was still a considerable distance to the level of a saint. It was difficult to reach it in one go, even if he could advance to the level of a saint. So what? He was definitely not a match for the few big shots in Mo Yuntian's military, not to mention that he was not a saint yet. If they really wanted to completely annihilate him, he was afraid that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which seemed to be flourishing for a while, would be destroyed within a day and a night. In the end, he would be the only one who would be able to rely on Big Brother's heavy Dan to barely escape. But why was there such a strange situation now? Xie Danqiong felt that this should not be a bad thing. At least, it was worth taking a risk and trying. Now that he had suddenly received such exciting news, Xie Danqiong felt a little more confident. It turned out that this matter was directly related to his boss Chuyang, but they should not know my relationship with Chuyang. But my Heavenly Armament Pavilion is now the biggest bandit group in Mo Yuntian. Since that is the case, they came to find me. Xie Danqiong stood on the treetop, deep in thought, calculating the next step. Chief, that person wants to see you. Please make a decision. Someone transmitted a message. Xie Danqiong's subordinates had given this mysterious expert a special name. They didn't know where this person had come from, and they didn't know his specific identity. However, this person had lured and coerced Xie Danqiong's heavenly armament pavilion all the way to its current position. He had gradually led Xie Danqiong's heavenly armament pavilion to its current position. Xie Danqiong did not understand this person at all, but he knew one thing. This person's cultivation was far higher than his. If he really had any unfavorable thoughts, his people would have already suffered heavy casualties. If they were deliberately tracked by this person, his chances of escaping would be very slim. Okay, I will go and take a look. Xie Danqiong felt the viburnum flowers on his body and took a deep breath. Heavenly prison. The entire prison was filled with this kind of smell and was filled with this kind of sound. The gloomy environment, the sinister smile of the officials, the miserable cries, all the other prisoners in the prison kept quiet out of fear. Even some of the heinous criminals who had killed countless people were trembling all over, their bodies shaking like a sieve. Even those heinous criminals had never been treated so cruelly, right? What kind of crime did these people commit in the end? Why did they receive such treatment? As more and more prisoners entered the heavenly prison, it was almost full in just a short day. Yu Lai gave the order. The prisoners who were originally imprisoned in the heavenly prison, if they had committed serious crimes, they would be executed collectively. As for those who had committed relatively minor crimes and had served more than 3 years, each of them would be given 100 whips and released from the heavenly prison. This decision made countless prisoners feel as if they had been pardoned and were secretly delighted, but who knew that the 100 whips would not be easy to endure. Basically, after 100 whips, only 10 out of 100 people would die. Those who were lucky enough to survive would have injuries all over their body. For a time, the heavenly prison was flooded with blood, and the bones of the dead were piled up like a mountain. That very night, in the past few days, the head of the website has come to my place, so I have to postpone the outbreak. But after I send the guests away, I will immediately work hard. Of course, there will be a guaranteed update no matter what. Everyone, don't worry. Chapter 22:15. It was night in a heavily guarded palace in the Mayun Heavenly Palace. Ink Cloud Heavenly Emperor Yuan Tianjie was already preparing to go to bed at this moment. In front of him was a stunning beauty. This person was Yuan Tianjie's first wife, the current Ink Cloud Heavenly Court's official Heavenly Empress. That beauty frowned, opened her red lips, and said in a gentle voice, "Your Majesty, although I shouldn't meddle in state affairs, I'm afraid that handling this matter like this is really a bit too much. Marshal Mu has been loyal and devoted for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has worked hard for many years. Why do you have to make things like this? He is your old official. Why hurt the heart of a loyal official?" On Yuan Tianjie's thin face, his eyes flashed inexplicably, and he said softly, "It's fine. The Empress was a bit anxious. Your Majesty, please reconsider this matter. Mu Tianlan is loyal to me. I naturally know this, and I have never doubted it. It's just that Mu Tianlan has already sat on this throne for a whole 130,000 years. Yuan Tianjie said softly, as if he was explaining to the beauty, but also as if he was saying it to himself. Then he said, "Zidong, don't worry, I definitely won't let Mu Tianlan fall completely, but his power and power have really reached the point where it needs to be reduced." The Empress sighed, "Your Majesty, in these years, from what I know, Marshal Mu's power has already been reduced hundreds of times. But at those times, there has never been such overwhelming resentment. This time is really very different from the previous times. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Of course, it's different, so the effect of the previous times was not so obvious. The sum of the previous hundreds of reductions may not be able to compare to this one time. Yuan Tianjie said lightly. His tone was extremely calm, but the meaning of his words was thought-provoking. However, at this point, there was already nothing more to say about this topic. But Yuan Tianjie still said, "I believe that Mu Tianlan will understand." This sentence, which seemed like an explanation and comfort, was still meant for that beauty, or perhaps for Yuan Tianjie himself. The Empress sighed softly and did not continue this topic. Perhaps in the past, Mu Tianlan would have understood. But this time, Yu attacked Mu Tianlan's most beloved and most valued troop. At the same time, they were also Mu Tianlan's real right-hand men. This time, you have completely shaken Mu Tianlan's foundation and damaged him. Would he really understand? Yuan Tianji was clearly also considering this issue. He said, looking at the history books, the people who were able to sit on the highest seat often didn't have the intention to sit on the throne. Those who were able to ascend the gate of heaven, if they weren't outstanding talents, then it was because of the situation. Apart from a few peerless geniuses, most of them were pushed up by their most loyal subordinates. Yuan Tianjia said softly, "So there are times when it is necessary to reduce the thrust?" The Empress faintly said, "Even if you know that this person is loyal and has no ulterior motives, you still have to do this. This is the sorrow of being a monarch in the first place. It's a fate that keeps repeating itself." Yuan Tianjia closed his eyes, and his expression returned to being emotionless. It can't be helped. The Heavenly Empress no longer spoke. "It's late. Go to sleep." The lights went out. The entire imperial city fell into a state of extreme silence. The sky won't fall. It was true that the sky wouldn't fall. But what would Mu Tianlan's final reaction be? What practical actions would he take? Would he understand or not? Would he accept it? Yu Ningyan ordered his subordinates to seize the time to interrogate and torture the criminals. So, they worked almost nonstop at night. Moreover, Yu Ningyan's subordinate, Wang Banyue, specially selected some people who had conflicts with the Dream Slayer army, especially the low-level officers and even soldiers, to interrogate the higher-level officers of the Dream Slayer army. Originally, the officials of the Ministry of Justice in the prison were only there to assist. They didn't have any decision-making power at all. This kind of comfortable feeling of being weak and bullying the strong, and the other party couldn't resist at all, made these people very satisfied. Originally, these officers of the Dream Slayer army were existences that they couldn't even look up to. But now, at this moment, they were being humiliated and abused by their own subordinates. Thinking back to their majestic appearance in the past, comparing the two, their cruel mentality was even more perverted and satisfying. They used all kinds of methods that should be used and shouldn't be used. But the officers of the Dream Slayer army were suffocated to death and humiliated to death. The sounds of yelling and shouting in the prison were extremely fierce. All kinds of screams rose and fell, and it was like hell on earth. It was late at night. However, the torture and interrogation in the jail still continued. The screams never stopped, and they were incessant. It was already the third watch. The prison was still brightly lit, and the oil lamps flickered. But in the dark atmosphere of the prison, it was still so gloomy and scary, and there were ghosts everywhere. Inside the prison, there was a sentry every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. Adding on the garrison, the Ministry of Justice was really impregnable and unbreakable. Outside the prison, there were many military camps. Weapons flashed, and there were patrols. Every time, there would be 2 patrols passing by. There were countless sentries in the open and in the dark. Furthermore, in order to prepare for the worst, Yu Lai had deployed a large number of soldiers to guard the prison. There were 20,000 soldiers in the prison and 200,000 soldiers outside. They were spread out in all directions, surrounding the prison from the outside like an iron bucket. With such tight security, it was obvious that even a mouse would not be able to enter and leave freely. If you wanted to enter, you could, as long as you used your life in exchange. This was called the price. In the snowy night, the snow continued to fall. In the marshal's mansion, Mu Tianlan looked dazedly at the snow outside the window. He murmured, "Awakening dream?" Behind him, a dark shadow appeared for a moment, and someone said in a sinister voice, "Everything has been arranged." Mu Tianlan said, "How is it on Marshal Yu's side?" The shadow said, Yuaji went to the rain-admiring pavilion tonight to discuss with military advisor Wang Banyue to formulate this and this and this and this strategy. Afterwards, she issued an order to change the guard outside the prison. Yuaji appointed the commander of this wave to be. Yuaji then went to the study room. Wang Banyue followed her in, and the two of them drank wine inside. The wine they drank was pine cloud wine. There were side dishes on the table, they were called. Then Wang Banyue left. Prince Yu sat in the study for a while and then went back to sleep. He first went to Third Aunt's room, but came out 15 minutes later. He stood in the snow and then went to the garden to relieve himself. Then he went to Third Aunt's room. After passing through 2 corridors, Prince Yu went in and did not come out. According to the situation of Marshal Yu's residence half a month ago, there was nothing unusual in Third Concubine's room. There shouldn't be any secret passages or doors. Therefore, Marshal Yu has been sleeping in Third Concubine's room until now. There was the sound of a man and a woman making love in the room. The person who made the sound of a man panting was confirmed to be Prince Yu himself. If Yu Jian heard these words, she would first be surprised, then ashamed, but then she would only feel her hair stand on end. His every move, what he said, what he did, what he said, what he did, what he said, what he did, what he did, what he did, what he did, what he ate, what he drank, the details of his life, etc., were all strictly recorded by Mu Tianlan. Even the details of relieving himself, making love with a woman, etc., were all recorded. It was sent to the ears of his greatest enemy. Prince Yu urinated. He did not go to the toilet and did not let anyone serve him. He just sat under a tree. Mu Tianlan frowned and said, "It seems that he is in a hurry." The shadow person smiled and said, "Yes, he is in a hurry. Prince Yu should be asleep now." Mu Tianlan smiled slightly. "Yes, he is very tired. Especially after that incident, he is recovering from serious injuries. He does not know how to control himself." The shadow person gave an understanding smile. "It seems that Prince, you will have a good dream tonight. If he is tired, he naturally needs a good rest." Mu Tianlan said lightly. "Yes, the key is whether Marshal Mu is willing to let him have this good dream until it is finished." The shadow person grinned. "It is easiest to wake up from a good dream. The reason is clear." Mu Tianlan did not turn around and said in a low voice, "Tonight is the time to wake up from the dream. It is the time to distinguish between the clear and the turbid." "Yes." The person in the shadow answered respectfully. Mu Tianlan stood still for a long time. When the snow on the ground outside the window had reached 3 inches, he said softly, "Go." "Yes." The shadow suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Mu Tianlan paced a few steps in the study and sat down in the armchair. The lines on his face moved, and a cold smile appeared. "Dream awakening. You cut my dream, so I will awaken your dream. It is time for 500,000 soldiers to wake up from their dream, and you, Prince Yu, should wake up from your dream." Although the night was deep, the torture in the prison was still in full swing. Outside the prison, in the hazy snow that was still falling, 7 or 8 white shadows began to flicker gradually. The number of flashing white shadows was increasing, and they sneaked directly toward the military camp in the south. They were like snowflakes rolled up by the wind. These white shadows moved extremely fast. Often in a flash, they had already crossed a distance of 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. At the outermost periphery were the guards of the military camp and the patrol team. A white shadow floated over in the snow as if it was invisible. With a stretch of his hand, he brought out more than a dozen residual shadows. At the same time, the 2 patrol teams that took over were covered by his mouth and nose at the same time, and then they fell to the ground silently. Every person who could serve as a guard here was not an ordinary warrior. However, under the hands of these people, they had been put to the ground one after another without even making a sound. After falling down, he was carefully helped to a dark corner and leaned against the wall. They were like sleepers who neglected their duties. Chapter 22:16. The men in white were extremely careful when they made their moves. Other than not hurting them, they could also make them fall into a deep sleep for a long time. Even when they woke up again, they might not be able to confirm whether they had fallen asleep or had been knocked unconscious. Immediately, these white-robed men let out a very strange goo-goo sound. In the dark night, it was still very low, like the sound of underground rats. However, as this voice rang out, countless white shadows rushed over. For a moment, there were countless of them, and it was hard to count. The next moment, these people stopped at the side of the barracks. There was a garrison stationed there. Their only task was to prevent criminals from escaping. A white-robed man let out a whistle. At this time, an officer walked out of the barracks. He looked around and said, "Did you find anything strange?" The sentry replied, "Sir, for the time being, we did not find anything strange." The officer nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. During this period of time, everyone must keep their eyes open. The remnants of the rebels are very powerful. We must not be careless. If something happens, we will all be in trouble." "Yes." "All right, it's time to change shifts. It's only the beginning of winter, and it's already so cold. Fuck, it's only because our team is raised by stepmothers. Fuck, it's like freezing popsicles here. Let's go back and take a rest. Thank you for your concern." Along with the voice of gratitude, a total of 32 sentries stood up. Then, the 30 people behind the officer began the handover procedures and took over these people's original tasks. The sound of footsteps sounded. 2 teams ran over. Facing the vast expanse of snow, they shouted a few times and then began to patrol. The officer smiled strangely and said, "The handover must be smooth. There must be no mistakes. Understand?" Then he nodded and went back. When he reached the corner, he unexpectedly took out a sharp dagger from his bosom without any warning. He roughly gestured and then stabbed the dagger into his own chest, where it was a vital point. That officer's body slowly slumped to a corner as if he had fainted. It was only natural for him to be seriously injured and unconscious at this moment. A man in white appeared in front of him in a flash and carefully examined his injuries. After confirming that there was no danger to his life, he let out a long sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, countless white shadows swarmed forward and passed through the checkpoint. All the guards who had just changed shifts were standing straight, like wooden pillars. Thousands of people flew past them at high speed, but they didn't seem to notice it at all. The newly changed patrol team brushed past the white-clothed people. Both sides seemed to be facing air. Then the white-clothed people continued to advance, and the patrol team continued to patrol in a strict manner. Just like that, they passed through 3 camps in a row without making a sound. All the sentry posts, all the spies, all the patrols, and all the guards of the 3rd Corps had been replaced. Countless people in white finally entered the supposedly impenetrable Mayun Heaven prison. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. The defense system that Yuji thought was flawless for thousands of years was so vulnerable after Mu Tianlan really took action. Mu Tianlan had devoted hundreds of thousands of years of operation to almost control the military and the government with both hands. How deep were his tentacles? Even Yuan Tianji absolutely couldn't figure it out. Just when Yuji had just risen, Mu Tianlan had placed countless people around Yuji. After so many years, how many of Mu Tianlan's people were around Yuji? It was really hundreds of thousands of years of hard work. The horror of this foundation was absolutely indescribable and unimaginable. Once it was launched with full strength, it was like a thunderbolt, and the opponent had no possibility of resisting. At this time, the white-clothed people had entered the prison. Up to now, all the people on the periphery of the prison had been replaced. It had completely fallen into the hands of the white-clothed people. Moyen Heaven's prison had temporarily lost contact with the outside world. From the moment they entered the imperial prison, the group of white-robed men changed from their previous cautiousness and began a massacre. They silently slaughtered the guards of the imperial prison, slaying them with every blade and slaying them with every blade. It seemed that they had an irreconcilable hatred for these people. Wherever the cold light flashed, everyone was killed the moment they saw the light of the blade and the shadow of the sword. Each of these white-clothed people used a thin sword blade. When the sword stabbed directly into the heart, the sword chi exploded in the heart immediately. The internal organs were all turned into powder in an instant. The sword chi rushed up, and even the brain was turned into a pot of messy porridge in an instant. The next moment, when the narrow sword body was pulled out of the chest with a whoosh, there was no wound at all on the outside, but the sword person was already a complete corpse. These white-clothed people were all the most cold-blooded, cold-faced killing gods. Along the way, they harvested people's lives, and there was no expression on their faces. But behind them, not a single person was left alive. There was no sign of life at all. Some of the more important interrogation rooms were handled by the officers under Yujia's command. The door was opened suddenly without a sound, and then the white figures suddenly rushed in. Without even a greeting, they killed mercilessly. A moment ago, they were still and scrupulous and arrogant, but the next moment they were beheaded and their souls were gone. In less than a cup of tea's time, the smell of blood in the prison became thicker. Those officers of the Dream Slayer army, who had been tortured beyond recognition, were carefully carried by the white-clothed people on their backs and then rolled forward. This one-sided massacre went on silently for more than an hour. Finally, a strange scream was heard from the prison. However, the screams in the heavenly prison rose and fell one after another. No one would notice this scream at all. The group of white-clothed people had already slaughtered countless people and entered the heavenly prison's belly. Everyone was calm, unhurried and unhurried. With a sword, a cold light flashed, and a life was cut off. They pulled out their swords and left. With a cold face, they rushed to the next place and continued to wave their swords, kill, and save people. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Everyone seemed to be an expert in the field of executioners. They were very familiar with killing people, and they were very familiar with it. Thousands of people, and they were all top killers. Just like that, they killed their way through. Although the prison occupied a large area, they finally reached the end of the prison. Countless white-clothed people began to check around to make sure that no one had escaped. Regardless of whether they were dead or not, every body was at least stabbed with a sword. Then, in a soft cry of surprise, the families of the officers of the Dream Slayer army were carried by the white-clothed people, and they quickly evacuated all the way. However, there were too many people to carry. Although the number of people in white was not small, their strength was still insufficient. Even though each person carried 2 people at a time, they still had to go back and forth 3 times before they managed to save everyone. In such a dangerous situation, the white-robed leader actually walked around the prison once more with his hands behind his back, checking and confirming once more. It was as if the examiner had just finished an exam, and all the students had handed in their papers and left, and the examiner had leisurely walked around. His calm and unhurried footsteps actually gave off a subtle and pleasant feeling as he walked through the bloody prison. After walking around, the white-clothed man showed a satisfied smile and said softly, "It's time to wake up from the dream. Who should wake up from the dream?" Then the white-clothed man waved his sleeve, dipped it in the blood on the ground, and wrote on the wall, "How dare you harm my subordinates? This is the result." Signed, Mu Tianlan was here. His body suddenly floated up, and he flew out of the prison like lightning. The heavenly prison, which could hold 100,000 prisoners, returned to silence. Only the sound of blood flowing out from the wounds of the corpses could be heard. It was full of blood. Outside the prison, Yu Meng's subordinates who were standing guard and the patrol team had changed into white clothes at this moment. They followed the white-clothed men and flew away. After walking for some distance, the group of people entered an inconspicuous courtyard. Tens of thousands of people walked in with their wounded on their backs. However, this inconspicuous courtyard was able to support so many people as if it had an endless capacity. In the end, everyone disappeared from this small house, and there was not even a bit of noise. After a long while, an old man walked out of the small house, looked around, and suddenly took a deep, deep breath. Then, his two hands slowly clapped on the ground. The instant his hand touched the ground, the snow on the ground of half of the imperial capital suddenly melted without a sound. White mist immediately rose from the ground. All traces of the white-clothed person's footsteps completely disappeared without a trace with the evaporation this time. At the same time, there were people in the north, south, east, and west of the imperial capital who clapped their hands on the ground. Therefore, in the entire imperial capital, a super big city that could hold tens of millions of people, there was no trace of snow except for the imperial city area. It was as if the heavy snow in early winter that had been falling for 2 days and 2 nights had never existed. However, the snowflakes in the sky were still falling slowly. The old man slowly lifted his hands from the ground, coughed, and murmured, "What a heavy snow!" The heavy snow continued to fall and continued to dye the ground into a silver-white color. Chapter 22:17. On this night, the same thing happened in the 35 cities around Mo, Yun Heavenly Emperor's capital. All the prisoners in the prison had disappeared without a trace. Without exception, all the guards in the prison died an unnatural death. Every prison was originally heavily guarded. However, the most bizarre and inconceivable thing was that every officer who was in charge of guarding the prison that night had strangely suffered fatal injuries, while all the guards had gone missing. No one knew if they were alive or if they were dead. Their corpses were nowhere to be found. In all the prisons, as long as it was related to the Dream Slayer army, regardless of gender, old or young, all of them seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Even the other prisoners in some of the prison cells had all disappeared. 35 cities and more than 50 official prison cells had been turned into a land of death. Because there were only corpses inside, a total of more than 200,000 people had all died in this incident. There were only about 30,000 of them, and they were the original prison guards and officers of the Ministry of Justice. As for the rest, more than 75% of the total, about 150,000 people, they were all Yu Chi's hardcore subordinates. The incident was far from over. Mo Yun Tian's vice commander Yu Chi's concubine's family was executed at the same time. Not a single chicken or dog was spared. Yu Chi lost an old father-in-law and countless mothers-in-law in one night. And Yu Chi's #1 military advisor Wang Banyue, because after returning home, he remembered something and went to the military camp. So he escaped the disaster, but his whole family had all died at home. The mansions of several generals under Yu Chi's command had also suffered a tragic attack. There were countless casualties. When this case came out, the world was shaken again. Mo Yun, Heavenly Emperor Yuan Tianjie, was originally still asleep, but he was awakened by the shock. It was not time for the morning court yet, but all the military officials of Mo Yun Tian had already gathered in front of the main hall. In one night, 200,000 people had died. More than 500,000 criminals had quietly escaped. This kind of thing, no matter the time, was a super big case. Even in the Missouri Yun Heavenly Court, this was the first time such a big thing had happened in 1,000,000 years. When Yuan Tianjie learned of this matter, he smashed the dragon table in front of him into pieces on the spot. And those walls with words written on them had been completely moved and placed in the main hall. Mu Tianlan's name was impressively on it. Irrefutable evidence. Your Majesty, you have to seek justice for me. Yu Lai was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His snot and tears were streaming down his face. He was truly heartbroken this time. The people who had been mobilized for this incident were all his most trusted subordinates. They were also all the people who had always been against Mu Tianlan and Marshal Mu's subordinates. Although there weren't too many high-level officers that died, the most loyal subordinates were all turned into corpses. This kind of loss was truly disastrous. Yu Lai asked himself if he could bear it. It was truly too disastrous. It must be Mu Tianlan who broke into the prison this time. Only Mu Tianlan had such great courage and ability to do this. Mu Tianlan had no respect for His Majesty. He pretended to obey but secretly opposed. He killed the innocent and killed the loyal officials. His crime was unforgivable. Your Majesty, please investigate. Tears streamed down Yu Lai's cheeks as she knelt on the ground. Her eyes were filled with sadness. There was no need for Yu Yan to explain. The military officials all knew that this was a revenge. This was a revenge against Yu Yan. The reason was very simple. Yu Yan had planned and executed the plan to frame the Dreamslayer army. If it was just to slander Meng Huo alone, perhaps this matter would have been over. But the problem now was that Yu Yan's appetite was too big this time. She had succeeded in framing Meng Huo. She had even added insult to injury by killing the meritorious officials and implicating the innocent. She had created the greatest injustice since ancient times. This bloody case involved a wide range of people. It was unimaginable and appalling. The ultimate target was Marshal Mu. That was what led to this most decisive and bloody revenge. And such a big move had mobilized tens of thousands of saints and above, thousands of celestial beings, and even the super strong people at the saint level. Such a luxurious lineup, such a super big move, and to be able to do it so secretly, there were only 2 people in the entire black cloud sky who could do it. One was Marshal, Prime Minister Iluoiwa Marshal Mu Tianlan. Apart from these 2 people, even the heavenly emperor of black cloud sky, Yuan Tianjie himself, might not be able to do it. Because if the heavenly emperor made a move, it would definitely be a grand and righteous move. He would definitely not act in private like this. Now, the person Yu Yan had offended was Mu Tianlan. As for who started this revenge, was there still a need to ask? It went without saying that he knew what was going on. Although the truth was known, and everyone was very clear in their hearts, at this moment, everyone's reaction was absolutely not like this. Before Yuan Tianjie could speak, many of the military officials had already submitted a memorial. Your Majesty, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Marshal Mu. In order to avoid suspicion, Marshal Mu has been at home these few days and closed the door. Moreover, he issued an order to his subordinates that whoever dares to take a step out of the house without permission is equivalent to plotting a rebellion, and their entire family will be executed. How could this be done by Marshal Mu? May your Majesty investigate clearly and not wrongly accuse the good Marshal Mu. He has worked hard and made great contributions, and he has been loyal and devoted for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't disappoint this old official's heart. Yes, your Majesty. To do such a big thing, even if they were all experts, at least 100,000 people would be needed. If we calculate the manpower needed to take the prisoners away, I'm afraid that even without 300,000 people, it might not be possible to accomplish this. But this night, all of the military camps under Marshal Mu's command were peaceful. There was absolutely no movement at all. This official can guarantee with my head that this matter is unmistakable. It definitely has nothing to do with Marshal Mu. Yes, your Majesty. If it was really done by Marshal Mu, how could he be so stupid as to leave his name behind? It's still not too late to deliberately cover it up. This method of framing someone else is really too inferior. Yes, your Majesty. This matter is definitely suspicious. Your Majesty, perhaps this matter is simply Yu Yan's way of deliberately framing Marshal Mu. It's nothing more than using some lives to achieve his own unspeakable ambitions. His intentions are condemnable. The official who said this was clearly already crooked, and crooked to the ends of the earth. When Yuan Tianjie heard this sentence, he didn't hide his crooked mouth at all. A real bastard. Using some lives? That was 200,000 lives, okay? Or using the lives of 200,000 loyal subordinates to frame Mu Tianlan. Although Yu Yan's ability was much worse than Mu Tianlan's, he definitely wouldn't be so brainless. But this couldn't be said clearly because at the moment, only Yuan Tianjie firmly believed that it wasn't done by Yu Yan. As far as the Yu Yan that everyone knew, in order to achieve his goal, he might be able to do this. If he could really take advantage of this to bring down Marshal Mu, Yu Yan would definitely think that these people's deaths were worth it. Someone summoned Mu Tianlan to the palace immediately. Yuan Tianjie was furious. This matter was obviously done by Mu Tianlan. Even if others had the intention, they didn't have the ability to do so. Mu Tianlan came very quickly, because since this matter happened, he had already come outside the palace after getting the news. Although in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he had been waiting outside the palace for an audience. But with his cultivation, there was no reason that he couldn't hear Yuan Tianjie's roar. "Your Majesty, I'm here. I know that I'm guilty. Please punish me." Mu Tianlan's expression was sorrowful. "Oh, what are you guilty of? I didn't even know." Yuan Tianjie asked gloomily. "Your Majesty is kind and benevolent. You're strict with yourself and lenient with others. But I neglected my duties so that such a major case happened in the capital. I can't absolve myself from the blame. Please punish me severely, Your Majesty." Mu Tianlan replied sorrowfully. "Mu Tianlan, you're really vicious." Yu Yan cried out in tears. "My father-in-law's family is just ordinary people. Why do you have to be so cruel? If you're dissatisfied with me, just come at me. What about the soldiers under my command? Why do you have to be so cruel?" When this sentence came out, 10% of the officials in the palace curled their lips. Everyone was more clear about some things that Yu Yan did. Your father-in-law was innocent. Then the 500,000 soldiers of the Dream Slayer army and their millions of family members were innocent. Wasn't it you who made up the unwarranted case? You're dissatisfied with Mu Tianlan. You're an enemy. But what's wrong with the 500,000 soldiers? Didn't they still end up in a state of mourning because of you, and have nowhere to complain about their grievances? Now, that such a thing happened to you, you actually say that you're innocent? The word innocent, how dare you say it out loud? Mu Tianlan smiled faintly and turned around. He looked at Yu Yan contemptuously. "It seems that Marshal Yu is sure that I did this big case." Yu Yan shouted angrily. "If it's not you, who else could it be? Who else could it be?" Mu Tianlan said faintly, "Heavenly Imperial Court has always been a place that pays attention to the rule of law. Especially in our Moyen sky, it's even more strict. Since Marshal Yu is so sure that I did it, then Marshal Yu must have solid evidence? Please take it out and let me have a look. Let me be convinced and have nothing to say." Yu Yan was dumbfounded. Mu Tianlan was never speechless. But at this moment, he really had nothing to say. Solid evidence. What solid evidence was there? He didn't even need to show forged evidence. His crime was like a myth. Yu Yan actually still didn't understand how Mu Tianlan's subordinates did everything yesterday. He couldn't figure it out. Where could he find evidence? "Marshal Yu, why are you hesitating? Please take out the evidence. If there is solid evidence to prove that I did it, then Mu Tianlan will not resist and will be willing to accept the punishment. But if Marshal Yu can't take out the evidence and just keep talking, then don't blame me for accusing you of slandering me." Mu Tianlan said righteously. Chapter 22:18. In the next moment, Mu Tianlan seemed to notice the walls that had been dug out. He paused and then said, "The so-called evidence that Marshal Yu believes in is not these walls, right? If Marshal Yu believes that these walls can prove that I did it, then I have nothing to say. But as far as I know, these walls should be taken from different places. No matter which direction you start from, you should be tens of thousands of miles away from each other after going in a circle. First of all, even though I don't want to belittle myself, I can't go to so many places at the same time in one night. I'm always alone. Second of all, the time of this case is about the same. I really can't be in two places at the same time. Third of all, this is not my handwriting at all. I have had some correspondence with Marshal Yu. I believe that Marshal Yu can recognize that this is not my handwriting. Last of all, Mu Tianlan's face was cold. Marshal you, if I really did it, then do you think you still have the chance to stand in front of me and testify against me? Marshal Yu's face was full of resentment, but he really had nothing to say. Yes, this so-called evidence could not convict Mu Tianlan at all. Instead, it could only be reduced to a laughingstock. Everyone knew that Mu Tianlan must have done this, but there was no evidence to prove it. Yes, what Marshal Mu said is reasonable, although Marshal Mu is honorable, and I also believe that Marshal Mu dares to admit what he has done. This is indeed not Marshal Mu's handwriting. An official jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, please investigate clearly and do not wrongly accuse an innocent person." Yes, I just checked again. All the soldiers under Marshal Mu's command did not move last night. No one went out. Yes, so Marshal Mu really has nothing to do with this. I dare to guarantee with my life that Marshal Mu is definitely not this kind of person. He would never do such a thing. Yes, Marshal Mu has always been noble. Yes, Your Majesty, Marshal Mu has always been loyal. Yes, Your Majesty, Marshal Mu has always been hardworking. It's true, Your Majesty. General Mu has always been honest, kind and honest. In an instant, pleading voices filled the entire hall. It was as noisy as a market. "All of you shut up," Yuan Tianjie roared. Normally, Yuan Tianjie wouldn't have lost his composure like this, but right now he was truly angered to the point of stupefaction. It doesn't matter how you guys plead for leniency. This decision is in my hands. What noble character and unquestionable integrity, loyal and devoted, hardworking and meritorious service. That's fine, but to actually fucking honest, dutiful, kind and honest also came out. Were these words related to Mu Tianlan? What part of him was honest and dutiful? Which part of him was being kind and honest? Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, at least 3 billion people had died under Mu Tianlan's orders, if not 5 billion. This fellow was simply the number one executioner of Mo Yuntian, and he actually had the kindness and sincerity of his mother. This mouth had no teeth at all. At this moment, another heavenly court guard captain rushed in, covered in blood. "Your Majesty." "How is it?" Yuan Tianjie asked. "I was ordered to go to the heavenly prison to investigate. Inside it was a tragic sight. However, I accidentally found some strange signs in the heavenly prison." This guard captain was a majestic and burly man. When he stood up straight, he was a full 2.5 meters tall, and his face was full of curly beard. He didn't seem to be scheming. But only those who were familiar with him knew that if you really thought so, then you were gravely mistaken. The meticulousness of this guard captain's thoughts was definitely the most shocking kind. This guard captain's surname was Zhao, and his name was very rustic. He was called Zhao Dazhuang, but after becoming famous and holding an official position, he felt that his original name was really too rustic. So, Yuan Tianjie personally gave him the name Zhao Zhong. "What strange signs?" Yu Lai asked impatiently. Zhao Zhong didn't even look at Yu Lai. He just turned around and said, "Bring the things up." Yes, a response came from outside. Then 7 or 8 burly men quickly walked into the main hall. Each of them held a tray with both hands. They walked up respectfully, handed the tray to the palace maids, and retreated. The first tray contains some weapon fragments. It's the powder from the weapons that were damaged when the bandits fought with our people. Zhao Zhong pointed to the first tray. These fragments show that there's a large amount of star, silver mixed in these weapons. He raised his head. And this kind of material, star silver, as early as 150,000 years ago, because it would cause a strong reflection when mixed into weapons, it's not good for concealing one's whereabouts. It has long been removed from the equipment of Mo Yuntian's standard army. In other words, the people who committed the crime this time are very likely not regular soldiers. This is one of the reasons. The second tray contains some cut-off clothes and cloth scraps. From the material of these clothes, it can be seen that these people's clothes are all wearing the Snow Army's leather robes on the outside. The color is white. Their purpose is obviously to use the snowy environment to pass off as genuine goods. But the clothes they wear on the inside are not. They belong to the military, but some more complicated materials. There's blood silk, tall cotton, and cape cotton. This is half a shoe sole, obviously cut off by a knife. It's a whole spiritual beast's tendon. It's a fire bull. The fire bull's tendon is hard and not suitable to be used as a shoe sole. Our military has never used it. This is the second reason. The third reason, the fourth reason, the eighth reason is that this is the most peculiar. Zhao Zhong picked up a corner of a strange weapon and showed it to everyone. Although they were in the main hall, they could feel that this strange metal was shining with some colorful light. This is a petal, Zhao Zhong said, and in the prison there are some traces of this petal-shaped weapon on some of the walls. Although the bandits have carefully scraped off a layer of the wall and annihilated the traces, there are still some hidden places that haven't been cleaned up. I believe that they left in a hurry when they left, so they didn't check too carefully. This broken half of a petal is deeply embedded in the wall. As far as I know, in the whole Heaven Imperial Court, there's only one person who can use this kind of petal as a weapon. Zhao Zhong said, this person is a major suspect, or we can basically conclude the case. This case is done by this person. In Mayun Sky, except for the military and the government, there's only one person who can do this, and it doesn't even take a lot of effort to do it. Zhao Zhong's expression was very serious at this moment. Under such careful investigation, the suspicion about Mu Tianlan was reduced little by little. Now, even those who were originally certain that Mu Tianlan was the murderer were greatly shaken. Who is this person? Yuan Tianji narrowed his eyes and asked. Mayun Sky's biggest bandit leader now, the master of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Xie Danqiong. Zhao Zhong's words were powerful and resonating. Suddenly the crowd was boiling. Obviously, everyone knew this name. Xie Danqiong? It's actually him? Leading Heavenly Armament Pavilion alone, moving unhindered in Mayun Sky. Where the viburnum flowers fall, there are mountains of bones. Xie Danqiong. In the entire Mayun Sky, maybe only this Xie Danqiong has this kind of power. Only Xie Danqiong can use this kind of flower petal as a weapon, and he is invincible. Only Xie Danqiong has the motive to incite discord within the military. All the signs above indicate that the mastermind of this case is Xie Danqiong. He is the one who committed this shocking crime. Also, he wants to frame Marshal Mu and try to cause Mayun Sky's military to have no peace. If something happens to the military because of this, it will be hard for them to target them. Just relying on the army of the local government is not a threat to Xie Danqiong. While Heavenly Armament Pavilion has only been established for a short period of time, it has become something now and cannot be ignored. Zhao Zhong finally came to a conclusion. This subject thinks that in this case, Marshal Mu is innocent and Marshal Yu is an innocent victim. The true culprit, the instigator, the one who wants to incite discord within the Black Cloud Sky military, is the master of Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, the leader of the bandits, the user of viburnum flowers, Xie Danqiong. Yuan Tianji's face was dark, and he did not speak. The officials below all had different opinions. So it was Xie Danqiong who did it? This Heavenly Armament Pavilion has only been established for a short period of time, but their reputation is great. No wonder. Yes, the methods of this gang are crazy, but I hadn't thought that they would be so crazy and unrestrained. I really didn't think that Heavenly Armament Pavilion had developed to such a level. I remember when I mentioned Heavenly Armament Pavilion a while ago, it was just a small and unremarkable power. Yes, it's really too fast. However, this Xie Danqiong is quite good at taking advantage of opportunities. Didn't he choose the right timing this time? I'm afraid that even we would have suspected that Marshal Mu was behind this if Imperial bodyguard Zhao hadn't investigated thoroughly and found out the truth. This Xie Danqiong is really too despicable. He really is cunning. We should take the time to exterminate him. But I heard that this Xie Danqiong comes and goes like the wind. He never leaves a trace. How can we exterminate him?" Prime Minister Iluoiwe stood there calmly. Hearing these discussions, she unconsciously rolled her eyes and then returned to her original state. She did not say a word and did not express any opinion. The perpetrator was Xie Danqiong? That was a joke, and it was that kind of broken joke that was not funny at all. Xie Danqiong himself and his heavenly armament pavilion. Even if they developed for another 10 years, they might not be able to do such a thing. Investigate thoroughly. Yuan Tianji ordered furiously. "Your Majesty is mighty." The officials bowed together. When Yuan Tianji left the hall, he felt his liver hurt from anger. Chapter 2219. At present, all the signs clearly pointed to Xie Danqiong. All the evidence showed that it was done by that inexplicable Xie Danqiong. However, how could Yuan Tianji not know the truth? There was something fishy going on, but now it was no longer appropriate to make this matter a big deal. It seems that the plan to weaken Mu Tianlan's strength this time was right. Although the expected goal has not been achieved at present, it is also because of this that Mu Tianlan's hidden strength has been revealed. He has become so strong that even this emperor has to be amazed. This matter was clearly done by him, yet he was able to completely point the arrow to someone else. He has no suspicion at all, and even the public opinion is on his side. Today, Mu Tianlan obviously did not use all his secret forces to deal with Yu Qi, but if all these forces are activated, plus those generals in the military, what kind of power will it be? Can this emperor deal with it? Yuan Tianji's face was very ugly at this moment, extremely ugly. Give the order to pursue Heavenly Armament Pavilion with all our strength. As soon as Yu Qi returned home, he fiercely gave such an order. He also did not believe that this matter was really done by Heavenly Armament Pavilion. First, Heavenly Armament Pavilion did not have such strength, nor such powerful intelligence. Third, there were no insiders in the military. Fourth, there was no foundation. How could it be done by Heavenly Armament Pavilion? It was just a group of bandits. How could they have such great means? But now all the clues were on Heavenly Armament Pavilion. At the moment, only by catching Heavenly Armament Pavilion could they possibly catch Mu Tianlan's weakness. As for obtaining evidence of Mu Tianlan's crime from other aspects, Yu Qi had never thought of it. With Mu Tianlan's degree of cautiousness, he would never let anyone catch any evidence. He had always been watertight when it came to doing things. In addition, Yu Lai asked herself if she really needed a way to vent. In one night, heaven and earth had flipped. Just when she was in high spirits, she immediately gave up. This breath was really gloomy and hard to release. Regardless of whether Heavenly Armament Pavilion was the perpetrator or not, they were the best punching bag right now. His vitality was greatly damaged and was no longer enough to fight against Mu Tianlan. Pass down the order. Besiege the Heavenly Armament Pavilion with all our might. Mu Tianlan immediately issued this order after he returned. Yes, the voices of the generals gathered in the marshal's mansion almost broke through the marshal's hall. Now, everyone was full of energy and high spirits. No wonder Marshal Mu was able to keep his composure. It turned out that he had prepared such a marvelous backup plan. This is truly a big deal. Those 500,000 people had all disappeared in one night. 200,000 enemies had all been slaughtered in one night. It wasn't just the resentment of the past few days. It was the resentment that had accumulated over the years. Everything was spat out in one go. As soon as they left the tent, the generals began a heated discussion. I haven't been able to shut my mouth the entire day. I wasn't even this excited when I was looking for a wife to consummate my marriage. Damn, this is too satisfying. Serves you right. That's right, that's right. I just want to see what kind of face Yu Qi has now. I heard that in just one night, this fellow lost a father-in-law and so many mothers-in-law. Wahahaha. Why does that bastard have so many mothers-in-law? Isn't that simple? His fathers-in-law are all shameless. How many mothers-in-law are there? Hey, do you know? Yuchi's youngest father-in-law is only 43 years old this year. Yuchi is already several 100,000 years old this year. His youngest father-in-law is not even qualified to be his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson. If you ask me, Eugen's heart must be uncomfortable. Maybe this time, Eugen used this opportunity to get rid of this little father-in-law. A person who isn't even qualified to be my grandson actually dares to be my father-in-law. Isn't that courting death? That's true. Indeed, it makes a lot of sense. This is simply a godly deduction. I reckon it's most likely correct. That's right, that's right. The other fathers-in-law may have been killed by that Xia Dan Qiong, but the youngest one is definitely not him. He must have taken advantage of the situation and touched his father-in-law. You're absolutely right. All the generals were in high spirits as they spoke, beaming with joy. One of them suddenly said, "But now we have to catch Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Xia Dan Qiong. What should we do? They have helped us a lot in this matter. Are we really going to catch them?" "Bah, are you stupid?" The others snorted together. "You're still thinking about whether to catch Xia Dan Qiong or not. What are you thinking? You're so stupid. Damn it. Xia Dan Qiong's Heavenly Armament Pavilion has saved many of my brothers and their families. If I can really meet him, I can't wait to kowtow to him. Catch Yuchi's motherfucker." That's right. If Yuchi can really catch the people of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, I will make trouble. Can I still help the enemy to deal with the benefactor? How can I be ungrateful? Quiet. Cough, I'm just too excited. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the guts. This kind of thing can't be said. Hee. While they were talking, Mu Tianlan's angry voice came out. What nonsense are you all talking about? Get out of here and do your work. Every single one of you better watch your mouths. Is this something you should be saying? Not only should you not say it, but you shouldn't even think about it. Listening to this strict reprimand, the generals stuck out their tongues and dispersed in a hubbub of laughter. The resentment and incomprehension from before had long vanished into thin air. Many people were thinking, although Marshal Mu's words are strict, there is some meaning in them. Blame us for talking nonsense. That means we've said too much. Also, is this something you can talk about? You can't even say it out loud. Well, since it's not something you can talk about, then it must be something you can do. Marshal Mu's meaning was, it doesn't matter if you do it, but you can't say it? That must be it. That must be it. Take this matter, for example. You can do it, but you can't say it. Ahaha. Since one of them had such a realization, naturally everyone else had the same realization as well. As a result, an encirclement and suppression operation of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was carried out in a grand manner within the entire dark cloud sky. Xia Dan Qiong was currently in an unusually hidden place, looking at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him with a melancholy face. If his thoughts could be summed up into one sentence, it would be help. Damn it, Mu Tianlan said that he would give me a big gift, but I really didn't expect it to be such a big gift. This gift is indeed a big gift, but I can't eat it with my current small stomach. Not to mention that they are all wounded, not to mention that there are also family members. Where should I arrange for these people? Not to mention the Dream Slayer army soldiers from all over the place. Mu Tianlan, your fucking big gift is going to fill me to death. As the saying goes, you can't get fat by eating one mouthful. But now, Xie Danqiong didn't believe this at all, because he had now become fat by eating one mouthful, and he had become a super fat one. Xie Danqiong was completely helpless about the current situation. During this period of time, even though he had a large number of supplies and a large amount of inventory, and he had also earned a lot of money, but his large number of supplies was only in comparison. Compared to the huge consumption of the current lineup, it was estimated that the number of people would exceed 5 million after gathering all of them. Then my large number of supplies, even if it's just food and drinks, is enough for these people to use for 2 months. Not to mention, there are also a large number of wounded people who need medicine. And it seems that they need to use good medicine, otherwise a large number of people will die. Big brother, where do I have so much medicine? Where do I have so many resources? Isn't this forcing people to die? Help! A figure suddenly flashed, and a man with a strong figure appeared beside Xie Danqiong with a bitter smile. Chief, what should we do now? Xie Danqiong held his forehead with his hand and groaned. What should I do? How do I know what to do? This damned Mu Tianlan. Then he said, there will always be a way when the time comes. Let's take one step at a time. Since these people have come to our place, we must take good care of them. Don't let anyone die of hunger or cold. Try to think of a way for those wounded people. Immediately send people to buy medicinal materials. Buy a large number of them. Take out all of our inventory. These people will be our brothers in the future. Yes, Chief. Pay attention to buying in batches. Go through some changes before returning to the secret base. Make sure that the people are well settled. Xie Danqiong sighed in melancholy at this point. His secret base could be said to be a secret in the past. There were few people there, and it didn't attract much attention. But now, what kind of secret was it? Millions of people were moving in. Just the smoke that rose from the chimneys every day was enough to reach the clouds at this moment. There was a burst of dense air in front of them. Snow was fluttering in the air, and a white-clothed figure slowly appeared. A voice sighed with emotion. Pavilion Lord Xie is indeed a benevolent and righteous person. We didn't misjudge you, Xie Danqiong sternly said. Please note that I'm only a temporary chief. I'm not the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Pavilion Lord. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Pavilion Lord is someone else. He's my elder brother. There's a big difference between the two. Chapter 2220. The man in white laughed. It's the same, it's the same. Xie Danqiong frowned and said, It's not the same. It's definitely not the same. Forget it. It's hard to talk about it. Let's not talk about this topic for the time being. Let's get back to the main topic. What can you teach me this time? How can we cooperate in this situation? He pointed. In this situation, I'm afraid that we can't even withdraw from the Imperial City. If it's only the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, maybe it's fine. But how can we protect these people? The man in white said, This is your Heavenly Armament Pavilion's matter. How can we overstep our authority? Moreover, we absolutely believe that Chief Xie will have a way to deal with this matter. Xie Danqiong was silent for a moment. Then he said, I've already brought the people out for you. My people didn't make a move from the beginning to the end, and they didn't suffer any injuries either. But I've still helped you a lot. You can take these people with you. My Heavenly Armament Pavilion will withdraw from here as soon as possible. I can't joke around with the lives of tens of thousands of my people." The man in white frowned when he heard this. Xia Danqiong's decisiveness surprised him a little. The man in white thought for a moment and said, "Chief Xia, there are some things that I'll make clear to you. First, these people are Meng Wu Ye's Dreamslayer army and their families. Now, the Dreamslayer army has been abolished. After this matter, these people have become Mo Yuntian's traitors, so they can't go back, and it's not realistic for our forces to protect them. After all, we're being watched by many parties. Once they're discovered, they'll be implicated and die. Although we're not afraid, these people will die sooner or later. So, these people can only follow you for the time being." The man in white frankly looked at Xia Danqiong. "We will think of a way to break you up into pieces. Moreover, we will send all of you 30,000 miles away to the mountains and valleys. That is where the Heavenly Armament Pavilion started. I believe that your Excellency will have room to maneuver once you get there." Xia Danqiong's face was calm, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. He didn't say yes or no. "In addition, we have already sent people to uproot the foundations of the two great sects that once followed the emperor to vent his anger. Of course, we have kept all the resources of those two great sections. In other words, those two bases, as long as your Heavenly Armament Pavilion is there, they will all be yours. This is a small reward. Also, I've also brought some gifts for Chief Xia." The man shook his hands and took out a string of spatial rings. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. Within each of these spatial rings, there are 20 similar spatial rings. In other words, there were a total of 1,000 interspatial rings, and there were 1 billion purple dawn coins in them. There are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, as well as all the equipment that belonged to the Dreamslayer army. There are also many healing herbs. I believe it will be enough to treat the injuries here. For this matter, we raided the warehouses of more than 10 pharmacies overnight and packed everything inside. In addition, there is a considerable amount of military inventory, weapons, and so on. This is our last token of appreciation to our 500,000 brothers." The man in white sighed deeply. "However, we can only guarantee that you will be safely transferred to the mountain ravine base. Once you are there, we will not interfere with each other's business from then on. Even if we meet again in the future, we will only be strangers. Please, Chief Xia." The man in white bowed slightly. "Although we are suspected of helping the enemy, we can't abandon our 500,000 brothers. This is also the last thing we can do for them. I'm ashamed that this is all we can do. It's enough." Xia Danqiong's heart was a little shaken. He was even deeply moved. The friendship between iron-blooded soldiers was indeed soul-stirring. Whether these people were wronged or framed or whatever, there was one fact in the end. From now on, they would be strangers. And for these brothers who would become enemies in the future, they committed a shocking crime, overturned the prison of the Heavenly Court, slaughtered 200,000 people, and even delivered all the things they needed. Xia Danqiong suddenly had a kind of admiration for Mu Tianlan. No matter what happened in the future, Mu Tianlan deserved to be called a real man for being able to do this. He was loyal to his friends. Xia Danqiong heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Okay, let's do this. I promise you. Then you must arrange people as soon as possible and send us out as soon as possible. Now that we are here, we are in fear every moment. This is not a good feeling. This is not a problem at all." The man in white laughed. At this point, the collusion between the military and the bandits had officially come to an end. From this moment on, Xia Danqiong had changed into a big force with millions of subordinates. From this moment on, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had officially become a force that could influence Mo Yuntian's general trend. The Dreamslayer army had always been loyal to Mo Yuntian, but in the end they were framed and betrayed. Everyone was inexplicably sad and indignant. Therefore, Xia Danqiong almost didn't encourage them. Everyone agreed to follow. However, when they left, Hundreds of thousands of heroes cried together. It was extremely shocking. When they left, their old friends were their enemies. When they left, they couldn't go back to their former homes. The glory of the past had become a thing of the past. From now on, they had to carry the name of bandits, roaming the mountains and forests. Who could understand this kind of helplessness and sadness? Mo Yuntian was in chaos. Not only the imperial capital, but all the territories of Mo Yuntian were in chaos. As far as the eye could see, there were fast horses galloping everywhere. Spirit beasts galloped with people on their backs, just because of a small and unknown heavenly armament pavilion not long ago. Today's flames of war had filled the sky. Almost 1/3 of the army under General Mu Tianlan's command had been mobilized. Except for the troops stationed at the border, the rest were basically mobilized. In addition, General Yu Qi's army was also mobilized. It was the big movement of the Mo Yuntian military. Although they were all under the slogan of arrest, the former was actually assistance, while the latter was the real arrest. The two were diametrically opposite. Since the day the Dream Slayer army was removed, snow fell in the whole of Mo Yuntian, and it didn't stop for 10 days. But on this snowy day, Mo Yuntian's movements were frequent, like a raging fire. But in such a chaotic place, the original Dream Slayer army's officers and soldiers gathered from all over the country. They brought their own family members and threw themselves into a certain troop, like a flood. Then they rolled forward with the troop. No one knew where they were going. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion, led by Xia Danqiong, for the first time, enjoyed the wonderful taste of collusion between officials and bandits. They openly changed into military uniforms and mingled with the Mo Yuntian army. They meandered all the way to the south without any obstruction. They didn't even encounter a check. Occasionally there would be a check. The leading officer would come forward and slap them in the face. Then they would rush out. No one dared to let out a fart. The injured even had carriages to sit in. They would recuperate along the way, occasionally chatting and joking. They would even gather in small groups to gamble and try their luck. If they drank a little wine, there would be nothing better in the world than this. Was this little day being encircled and suppressed? It was simply too joyful. The later this good life ended, the more ideal it was. Some members of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were cheering in heaven. Motherfucker, if encircling and suppressing is like this, then they might as well encircle and suppress us every day. Come on, I'm not afraid. I'm looking forward to it 1,000 times. Xia Danqiong was full of melancholy, but at the same time, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He only felt that today was the most bizarre day in his life. With the title of the #1 bandit of Mo Yuntian that came out of nowhere, he drank and chatted with the important military figures. And this process was when the Mo Yuntian officials claimed that they were going all out to encircle and suppress him. This was simply too miraculous. Also, he saw that his own troop was getting bigger and bigger. Almost everyone was full of resentment towards the Missouri Yuntian Heavenly Court. Also, the military doctors were treating the wounded on his side along the way. As Xia Danqiong drank, he sighed, "This really is... I'm not GMO, I don't know how to swear, but I still have to say it today. This really is a fucking dream. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. I feel so fucking good." Along the way, Marshal Mu's army and Marshal Yu's army constantly encountered each other. Whenever the two armies met, the scene was always explosive. There were no exceptions. The enemy army has temporarily stopped their march. We are going to search. Search your mother. You dare to swear? So what if I scold you? Old still wants to beat you. Motherfucker, you dare to try? I don't believe it. Not just Old, the brothers, all dare. Come on, all of you. Kill these sons of Beastrice cheese and make them believe. Whoa, everyone fight back. They definitely are hiding traitors. Motherfucker, you motherfucking know how to slander people and quibble just like your Marshal you. Brothers, attack together. Kill these bastards. Kill you, motherfucker! Kill you, son of a bitch! Bastard son of a bitch! Watch my blade! Ah, who motherfucking dares to sneak attack? If you are a man, come out with old. The whole place was filled with foul air. Along the way, they had basically fought their way through like this. Everywhere they went, the mountains and forests would be destroyed beyond recognition. Then both sides would report to their superiors. Our army encountered the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in a certain mountain and forest. We bravely killed the bandits and fought a chaotic battle. The battle was unprecedentedly tragic. How many people died? No one mentioned that the cause of the matter was internal strife. Of course, they didn't dare to mention it. So the Heavenly Armament Pavilion became the scapegoat again and again. Chapter 22-21. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which didn't have much strength, was praised time and time again. It was so powerful that it could shake the foundation of the entire Moyun sky. It was really inconsistent with the facts. However, Xie Danqiong was still very happy to be the scapegoat. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was simply too awesome. Everywhere they went, they were victorious and they were invincible. Although the real Heavenly Armament Pavilion had never made a move or fought a battle, they were still singing songs of victory all the way. Once they were famous, wouldn't they come from everywhere? It was good to lean against a big tree for shade. Everyone knew this principle. When the time came, he would just have to wait to receive more experts as his subordinates. Ha ha ha! Although there were a lot of headaches, in the blink of an eye a month had passed. Most of the injured had basically recovered. However, they had already reached the border. If they walked forward for another 2,000 miles, they would reach the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It was also the old site of the two supersections. At the same time, it was also the destination of this trip. Xie Danqiong and the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion solemnly bid farewell to the escorting army. Although they weren't close brothers, they were friends who drank and slept together. Thank you. Everyone has worked hard escorting us all this way. Thank you. In the future, our brothers will rely on Head Xie's care. Take care. Have a safe journey. In the future, when we meet again, we won't be friends. Swords are merciless. Soldiers and bandits are strangers. We won't be merciless. Please. Please. Both sides left in tears, especially when the officers and soldiers of the Dream Slayer army said goodbye to their former comrades. The scene was filled with tears. Those who wanted to stay were crying, and those who wanted to go back were also crying. In the end, the army under Mu Tianlan's command flattened 7 or 8 mountains as if they were venting their anger. They killed the trees in the forest, deliberately creating an unprecedentedly tragic battlefield. They looked on helplessly as their former brothers, their loyal and devoted brothers who had gone through fire and water with them, were forced to rebel. From then on, they would be enemies, and it would be difficult for them to be friends again. Each and every one of them found it difficult to suppress the grief in their hearts. Just like that, they cut themselves again and again. They let their blood drip on this land, to prove that this was once a battlefield, even though no one would come to inspect the battlefield in detail. However, they were using this method to vent the grief and sorrow in their hearts. Xie Danqiong put away his melancholy as he watched the army leave. He waved his hand and led his troops into the mountains. All the soldiers who belonged to the Dream Slayer army would settle down in this place. Their families would also settle down in this place. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's strength would rise from this moment onwards. A white-clothed man was standing on a treetop somewhere far away. He was watching Xie Danqiong's troops withdraw into the mountains. He faintly sighed. Then he soared up and flew back at an extremely fast speed. Thoughts surged along the way. No one was clearer than him that from now on, in the black cloud sky, a superpower had truly risen, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, under the crazy leadership of Xie Danqiong. Once this force was fully fledged, It would truly possess the tyrannical ability to sweep through the entire ink cloud sky. And the most fatal thing was that this new force had a complicated relationship with the current Mo Yuntian military, and their relationship had a deeper foundation. Between each other, there were many things that they could not let go of. In the future, it would be more and more difficult to deal with. However, the current situation had forced everyone to this point. What could they do? This was the biggest foundation of this army, a terrifying force that could be expected in the future. It was growing strong. The future no one could predict. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already retreated into the mountains. They temporarily laid down their flags and ceased their drums. They were recuperating and gradually growing stronger, and the turmoil in the entire black cloud sky had just started. The internal strife of the two military pillars did not stop because of the disappearance of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Instead, it became more and more intense. Both sides were now red-eyed. They fought until they were red-eyed. They killed until they were red-eyed. The manpower of these two sides slowly evolved from normal attack and defense to all kinds of despicable means. They used every means to scheme against each other. As for Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianzhi's attitude was extremely ambiguous. He turned a blind eye to the fight between the two sides. Occasionally, he would also participate in it. Every time he said something, it would make Mu Tianlan's side very uncomfortable. In the entire black cloud sky, the two military forces were like two fierce tigers, launching the most intense confrontation. After Xie Danqiong retreated into the mountains, he immediately issued the highest order. All the personnel were to be separated, regrouped, and a new commander was appointed. There had to be a process for the new people to integrate with the original team. Moreover, the newcomers were basically all elites. This was a very important point. Just for this, Xie Danqiong racked his brains. He could not let his old brothers feel left out, and he could not let the new people feel excluded. He had to make the best use of people. Xie Danqiong thoroughly felt the difficulties of Chu Yang and Mo Tianzhi at that time. This was not a job that humans could do. If the brothers were still together now, that would be great. Xie Danqiong looked up to the sky and sighed. If it was really like that, why would I have to do this kind of dirty work? I only need to drink and chat with GMO and Luo Kadi, and Mo Tianzhi can do it alone. Sigh. This was one of the reasons. The second was to choose a new place to settle down. This was originally the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's main camp on the surface, but Xie Danqiong did not dare to place all the forces here. After all, there were too many people here who knew. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. It was very necessary. The most terrifying enemy in this world is the enemy that cannot be found. This was something that Chu Yang had said very seriously. Xie Danqiong was very sure of this, and firmly remembered it. He had always adhered to this principle. If there were too many people, it was impossible to not be found. But Xie Danqiong could choose to scatter. There was no need to be afraid of many people as long as there was enough space, and the scattered places had to have a certain degree of concealment. Even if there was a day when they were attacked, they would not be wiped out in one go. Putting all the food in a single pot, that was the real way to die. As long as they were not wiped out in one go, no matter who it was, they would have to consider the severe consequences of poking the hornet's nest. The joint revenge of millions of experts was enough to make anyone in the world restless. Then, Xie Danqiong started to train the troops without stopping. I have a premonition that a great era of turmoil in the imperial court is coming. So we have to be prepared before the turmoil in the imperial court arrives. Moreover, our boss, the real master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, has already started the countdown. We have to work harder and give our boss a big surprise when he arrives. Xie Danqiong's eyes were shining when he said this, flashing with heartfelt expectation. Come quickly, I will be free when you come. Oh God, what kind of days have I been through all this time? One of his subordinates asked in confusion, Chief, who is your boss? Xie Danqiong smiled. My boss is a peerless character. When he was young, he overturned 2 big countries. When he was young, he had already rushed into the imperial court of heaven. He has always been invincible. He has never failed in his attacks. He has never failed in his calculations. He has trillions of soldiers in his mind. He is the #1 superhero in the world. Now that they were familiar with each other, someone boldly asked, could it be that the boss is really more powerful than the chief? It can't be, right? It's really hard to imagine. You are making a fuss because you have not seen much. What am I? Xie Danqiong snorted. 10 of me, even 100 of me, may not be able to compare to one boss. Xie Danqiong was very serious and cautious when he said these words. Although the brothers have not arrived yet, the image of the brothers must be established. These words made everyone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of Mo Yun Tian excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Who was Xie Danqiong? In the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of Mo Yun Tian, there was no one like him. He had been barehanded all the way, and his cultivation had soared to become a legendary figure. He had been alone, and now he had millions of soldiers and horses. He had become the leader of a superforce that could control the situation of the world. Xie Danqiong's journey had only taken a little more than a year's time. This kind of battle record, no matter where it was, would be an out-and-out legend. Since ancient times, how many people like him had there been in the imperial court of heaven? And Xie Danqiong obviously did not have a big force behind him. But that boss whom they had never met was actually 10 times or 100 times more powerful than Xie Danqiong. What kind of perverted person would that be? Although this statement was more or less exaggerated, but since the leader had said so and praised him so highly, then this mysterious boss's boss would definitely not be that bad. Could it be that the boss's boss is a super character like Di's descendant? Someone was quick-witted and asked with a salivating face. To be so powerful, he must be a character of this level, right? Xie Danqiong laughed. Your guess is almost there. Although boss is not the descendant of Di, he is not inferior to them. In fact, he is even more powerful. I will never doubt this. I will only firmly believe it. The whole place was in an uproar. 2 words suddenly flashed in everyone's mind. Saint. Xie Danqiong smiled slightly. He did not comment on this judgment, leaving only a huge mystery. In Xie Danqiong's heart, he really wanted to say, even if he is a saint, he is nothing compared to my boss. But he knew that this sentence could not be said, at least not for the time being. Right now, he could only stop before going too far. It was enough to boost the morale. But if he said that sentence, it would become a complete boast in everyone's eyes. No one would believe it. Looking at Xie Danqiong's mysterious smile, the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were shocked to the point of numbness. Chapter 22:22. Everyone's heart was shocked to the point of numbness. They only felt that heavenly thunder was rumbling above their heads. Could it be that Big Boss's big boss was actually the Lord? Oh my God, it's not just Big Brother. I have many brothers. I'm only ranked first among my brothers. Xie Danqiong dropped another bombshell. Our ranking is based on intelligence, strength, breadth of mind, and so on. Xie Danqiong said, one of us brothers is invincible with his sword. There was another person who, with a saber in hand, could face the entire heaven palace alone. There is another person who can calculate everything under the heavens and see through the mysteries of heaven. And Xie Danqiong's expression was full of nostalgia, seriousness, and emotion when he said these words. At this moment, I really miss you guys. But it was this outpouring of emotion that made everyone who heard these words believe without a doubt. Without experience, it was impossible to fabricate something out of thin air. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was suddenly in an uproar. Boss's boss. Boss's brother. Boss is back. Boss is back. All of this was like a gust of wind, blowing through the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It became the topic of conversation after dinner or late at night. Everyone was guessing, but the more they guessed, the more they admired him, and the more they admired him, the more loyal they were to him. The first snow of this winter in Mo Yuntian was rarely seen in 10,000 years. During this period of time, the snowfall was either big or small, but it never stopped. It actually continued for more than 40 days. However, no matter how long the snowfall lasted, there would be an end to it. The battle between the two major military forces lasted for more than 40 days. It was a sunny day after the heavy snow. The three figures left the palace like ghosts, ignoring the chaos in Mo Yuntian. In a flash, they had already soared into the sky. Then, 3 streaks of light slowly rose into the sky, and the 3 people disappeared without a trace. Marshall's residence. Mu Tianlan looked at the 3 disappearing rainbows in the sky and sighed deeply. He muttered to himself, of His Majesty's 5 great bodyguards, 3 of them were killed in one breath. How can Wu Ye escape from such a thunderous situation? The heavens are going to kill him. Behind him, the gloomy figure appeared again and said, Marshal, 3 of His Majesty's 5 personal bodyguards were sent out at once. I'm afraid General Meng will definitely die this time, unless we intervene. Mu Tianlan was silent for a moment and said, We can't interfere any more. The 2 of you are too familiar with each other. You will be able to recognize each other the moment you make a move. If that happens, it will truly be a disaster for us. I really didn't expect His Majesty to place so much importance on the enmity of the Crown Prince. He won't stop until he exterminates all his enemies. Shadow sighed. There's something you don't know. Speaking of which, this Grand Empress came when His Majesty was old. The other Grand Empresses had already been crowned as kings and had many grandchildren. Only this Grand Empress was nurtured and nurtured by His Majesty in the past many years. This affection is naturally hard to erase. Mu Tianlan let out a long sigh. That's why he has been spoiled into such a lawless state. With what he has done, he is simply courting death. Even death can't wipe out his hatred. Shadow curled his lips. Don't say such things again in the future. Mu Tianlan said deeply. Shadow said, Yes, but how should we deal with this matter? Mu Tianlan's face twitched painfully. Sai, if you make a move again, it's tantamount to declaring war on His Majesty. This is absolutely not feasible. Right now, we can only hope that Wu Ye is blessed by the heavens. At this point, Shadow also fell silent. Yes, they could no longer make a move on this matter. Now, not to mention that the internal dispute within the military was at its fiercest. The degree of familiarity with each other had already restricted them from making a move. If there were many people involved in the battle, they might still be able to find a chance to fish in troubled waters. But now, there were only 3 people making a move. The situation was simple and clear, so there was really no other way. Once they were recognized, then Mu Tianlan's entire military group was bound to be suppressed and collapsed in an instant. Even Mu Tianlan would be in a worrying situation and might even be defeated. Yuan Tianji could tolerate Mu Tianlan and use prolonged battle, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. This was the bottom line of a ruler and a subject. We can only hope that the heavens will help old Meng. Shadow also sighed. Although they said so, the 2 of them were only pessimistic in their hearts. This time, with the 3 great guards working together, even if Meng Wu Ye had the ability to reach the heavens, his chances of survival were also very slim. Every celestial emperor must be accompanied by 7 great guards. These 7 great guards were known as the 7-star guards. At that time, the ones who competed for the position of celestial emperor were these people. Before everyone started to compete for the position of celestial emperor, they all made a heavenly oath. The winner is the king. The loser is the king's guard. When the great celestial emperor stood out, the others also kept their promise and became the 7-star guards. This matter was set in motion. They were born a long time ago, And after that, Emperor 1 and Empress had a common tacit understanding to hide the fact that these people existed. Only people with considerable qualifications could know of their existence. They were basically the secret forces that belonged to a celestial emperor. This force was extremely powerful, almost enough to shake any power in the world. The martial strength of each of these 7 people had to at least reach the level of a high-level saint. Among these people, the vast majority were close to the level of a peak saint. As long as they appeared, it was equivalent to representing the peak battle strength under Emperor 1 and Empress. There was no one else. Looking at this world, perhaps there were still some people who could have similar cultivation as them, but taking everything into account, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they could not find so many people. Often, in addition to making these people their own personal guards, each celestial emperor would assign them to their trusted ministers to be responsible for their life and safety. Of the 7 great guards of Celestial Emperor Inkcloud, Yuan Tianji, one was assigned to His Highness the Great Emperor, and the other was assigned to Prime Minister Iluoyue. As for the remaining 5, they were all used to protect the imperial palace. It was rumored that when the Celestial Emperor went out on a grand occasion, 10,000 places would worship him when he was still, and 7 kings would accompany him when he was moving. Everyone thought that the 7 kings accompanying him was just a metaphor, but in reality, it was really 7 kings, former kings, and because Mu Tianlan already had Shadow, this super expert, by his side, Yuan Tianji did not assign him any additional tasks. Shadow was Mu Tianlan's sworn brother. Although he did not belong to the 7 great guards, his true strength was not inferior to any of those people. This time, in order to deal with Chu Yang and Meng Wuya, Yuan Tianji sent out 3 people at once. This scale was the first time in the history of Inkcloud Sky. Meng Wuya was at most a primary saint. How could he resist the joint attack of these 3 people? Therefore, Mu Tianlan and Ing could only let out a sigh of relief. In these few months, Xie Danqiong was so busy that his heels did not touch the ground, but he did not know that Chu Yang was similarly busy. Not to mention other things, he almost did not even have time to find Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan for dual cultivation. It was not that Chu Yang was too busy, but the 2 girls were too busy. It was all because everything had to start from scratch, and there were many things waiting to be done. People had to be trained, and they had to seize the time. They had to break in, have tacit understanding, and reorganize. They had to spend money and make money. Chu Yang, on the other hand, used an extremely secret method to spread the new version of the super heavy pill among his subordinates. This allowed everyone to improve at a godly speed and make rapid progress. Recently, Luohua City seemed to have become a place where lightning flashed and thunder roared overnight. It was really very unusual. In the past, Luohua City was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the wind and rain were favorable. There was no scene of thunder and lightning at all. Often, it might not even happen once in a few years. However, since Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was established, after about a month, suddenly there were people breaking through almost every day. Naturally, the lightning flashed and thunder roared in Luohua City. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was permanent. During those days, there were people who had to bear the heavenly punishment almost every day. At most, there would be more than 10 or 20 people breaking through in a day. Often, lightning flashed and thunder roared continuously for several days. Such a terrifying scene made the indigenous warriors of Luohua City widen their eyes and drop their jaws to the ground. How could this be? This was too illogical, inconceivable, and inconceivable. In the past 100 years, it was quite rare to have a breakthrough that led to the heavenly punishment. Moreover, the clan that produced the master would have a big celebration. But now, why are there so many high-level heavenly punishments raining down from the sky? What exactly is going on? Was this a joke? When did the heavenly punishment become as common as cabbages? This made the newly risen Heavenly Armament Pavilion inexplicably more mysterious in Demon Emperor Heaven. It was said everywhere in Jianghu that, As long as you joined Heavenly Armament Pavilion, you could break through the existing martial arts shackles and reach the sky in one step. It was no longer a delusion. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion had mysterious experts, priceless elixirs, and secret manuals, and experienced experts to instruct them. With so many advantages, you would be embarrassed if you did not break through, wasn't it? As a result, more and more martial artists wanted to join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the warriors who were already in Heavenly Armament Pavilion were even more motivated. Now, everyone was risking their lives to torture themselves. Look, just because they worked a little harder than us, they were originally at the same level as us. Now they have been promoted and entered the Saint Armament Advanced Barracks. That person has entered the Heavenly Human Barracks. What about us? Although we have made some progress, overall we are still in the same place. There is no essential breakthrough. This is not good. Chapter 22-23. If you want to improve, how can you do it without risking your life? Before this, each and every one of them had complained about the so-called extreme training. But now their eyes were shining. If they didn't torment themselves to death every day, they wouldn't be able to live with it. It wasn't just a matter of promotion. There was also a basic problem of face. Others have promoted, but you don't promote yourself. Damn, why are you so useless? You must be thinking about something else, and not working hard enough. Could it be that he was just going to watch his former underlings become his leaders? Riding on top of your head and acting like a tyrant? How can this be justified? Absolutely unbearable. This was related to a man's face, and it was infinitely serious. Therefore, they worked harder and harder every day, and more people broke through every day. It stimulated the remaining people to the point that their eyes turned red, and they naturally became fiercer and fiercer. Chuyang was extremely busy during this period of time, but he was also very busy in his heart. Every day, he would secretly add a lot of elixirs to everyone's food. He wanted to ensure that these people wouldn't overdo their training and kill themselves. Moreover, they were full of vigor. There were no aftereffects. However, there was one time when Chuyang was a little careless and added twice the amount of elixirs at once. This time it was incredible. After eating and drinking, this group of people were full of energy, and they didn't care about anything else. They continued to train until they were full of energy, and they couldn't stop at all. After that day, the ground of the entire Heavenly Armament Pavilion had been trampled by these guys for nearly 10 feet. The so-called 1 meter higher sky was just like this. No, even if it was 3 times higher, it wouldn't be enough. 3 times was only 1 foot. This result scared Chuyang. These people were all talented people, and if they were really too excited, what would happen? Fortunately, the heavens still took care of these people, and none of them were really too excited. Moreover, the effect was very obvious. After one day, this group of people had broken through, and there were actually more than 50 people. However, Chuyang didn't dare to be greedy anymore. This time, fortunately, nothing happened. If the intensity of the training was lower, perhaps some people would really explode. That would be big trouble. Not to mention the fact that all the secrets had been revealed, but he still felt heartache over the loss of his own people. Wouldn't that be equivalent to losing elixirs and people? Apart from Chuyang, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, who were very busy, the other hall masters were also very busy. For example, Meng Wuya was so busy that he was badly battered. Now, this primary level saint had to run when he walked. But because he was so busy, Meng Wuya's previously depressed mood had improved a lot. At the very least, it was no longer as painful as before. Another thing worth mentioning was the divine soul of the Calamity. Ever since the divine soul of Calamity arrived here, he had been sighing and drooping his head because there wasn't enough death energy here for him to absorb. Or, to be more precise, there was basically no death energy for him to absorb. There were very few powerful warriors in Luohua City. Just by looking at the Tang family, one could see that they had dominated this place for hundreds of thousands of years. But it was also because of this that there were relatively few killings in this place. It could be said that this place was the most peaceful place in the whole Heaven Imperial Court. People would like such an environment very much. But souls, especially the divine soul of Calamity, didn't like it at all. If it weren't for Chu Yang by his side, who could provide him with the purest dead spirit energy from time to time, he might not have been able to stay here any longer. Even so, he was still dispirited and didn't have the slightest bit of energy. Since the sword spirit left, the divine soul of Calamity had become Chu Yang's new super trump card. Seeing him like this, Chu Yang finally couldn't help but say, "You are too stupid, aren't you? You are one of the few tyrannical existences in the world. How can you be so stupid? When people die, there will be death energy, but when other lives die, there won't be death energy. Divine soul, you are too narrow-minded." What do you mean? The divine soul of Calamity's eyes lit up when he heard this. He vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words were very reasonable, or that he was opening up a limitless new path for him, but he still couldn't figure out where exactly it was. That's why I say that your thinking is rigid. I have said it so clearly. In my opinion, this Luohua city is actually the best place for you to cultivate. It's just that you haven't realized it yet. Chu Yang pointed to the falling flowers that were everywhere in the sky. When people die, death energy is born. When life withers, death energy is born. Every flower here is a life. When these flowers wither, there will be loss, reluctance, and sadness. Aren't these also a kind of death energy? The divine soul of Calamity trembled all over. Looking at the falling flowers in the sky, he suddenly became completely speechless. He stood there for a long time without moving. He seemed to have thought of something. The withering of flowers may be the real withering of life. This is the pure death energy that can be derived from the spirits of heaven and earth. And it is not as full of hostility as the death energy of human beings, which disturbs one's state of mind. I think you should think about it carefully. Before Chu Yang finished speaking, the divine soul of Calamity had already disappeared. Half a month later, the divine soul of Calamity came to Chu Yang happily. As soon as he saw Chu Yang, he gave Chu Yang a big bear hug. "Little ancestor, you are the savior of my life. I love you so much. You really saved my life. You showed me the way, opened my eyes, and illuminated my future. I love you so much." Chu Yang was creeped out. He struggled hard to break free. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Are you possessed?" The death energy derived from the withering of flowers is really wonderful. It is the future that I have been looking for a long time. The divine soul of Calamity was exultant. Every flower, when it withers, indeed has the death energy. And it is really the death energy of the withering of life. It is far purer than the death energy derived from the death of human beings. Although the death aura from flowers is relatively weak, and it takes about 1,000 flowers to be equivalent to the death aura from one person's death. There are many of them. Every day, there are hundreds of billions of petals that wither. This number is simply too huge. In addition, the death aura of the flowers is not only pure, but more importantly, it has no resentment or evil aura. It is the most suitable cultivation resource for my generation. Moreover, it has the ability to purify and eliminate the evil aura accumulated from my original cultivation. Didn't you save my life? The divine soul of Calamity's eyes were brimming with tears. Yes, if there were tears. Save your life? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? You are a saint-level expert. Chu Yang expressed his surprise. Although he had expected that the withering of flowers might inspire a new path for the divine soul of Calamity, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? This is something you don't know. The divine soul of Calamity is a special existence that does not belong to life, death, or reincarnation. It is because of the huge amount of hostility accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. In this life, although it is powerful, it can only be a lonely ghost. However, after the malice is purified in this place, there is still room for significant improvement in my cultivation. As long as I reach a higher level and resolve the malice that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, it will be possible for me to reconstruct my body and become a real human being again. The soul of the calamity spoke incoherently. He could not have been more excited. The divine soul of calamity stuttered for a long time before Chu Yang finally understood. So it was like this. No matter how powerful and omnipotent one was, whenever one faced human or life, the divine soul of calamity's indescribable inferiority from the bottom of his heart always existed. Who didn't want to be an upright person? Who was willing to be a divine soul that could only survive in the land of darkness forever? Being terrifying and sinister was definitely a method that could make the enemy tremble in fear. However, if it could be done openly, who would be willing to be terrifying and sinister? Besides, the divine soul of calamity also had its limits. Once it reached its limits, the punishment of heaven and earth would be to vanish like smoke and clouds. And Chu Yang's idea, which was more or less nonsense, unexpectedly solved the divine soul of calamity's puzzling problem. It gave him hope that he could be a human again. How could he not be excited? After knowing this, Chu Yang also couldn't help but feel happy for the divine soul of calamity. After the first heavy snow of early winter, Yao Ningning brought the Hu and Ma elders, as well as Bai Shixian, on the way back to the demon imperial city. The demon empress birthday was celebrated by the entire demon imperial heaven. As a human, Yao Ningning naturally had to go back. As for Bai Shixian, she followed the Grand Elder to get the Fox clan's inheritance. The little girl followed along excitedly. Little girl, don't forget what I said. Before Chu Yang left, he reminded Yao Ningning. For the demon empress birthday this time, Chu Yang also gave a generous gift. Whether it was out of respect for his seniors or because it was the birthday of his brother's mother, this gift had to be given. Logically speaking, he should go personally. However, the demon empress birthday did not allow outsiders to be present, so he could only give up. Don't worry. Yao Ningning patted her chest. If my mother doesn't agree, I'll threaten her with suicide. She'll definitely give in. This trick of mine works every time, and it works every time. Chu Yang's face darkened. For the demon empress to have such a son, it was really a great tribulation for this world's top experts. If she didn't agree, she would threaten with suicide. This was truly a peerless and ruthless move that made people concede defeat. Yao Ningning was reluctant to leave, but he laughed and left. 100,000, wait for me. I will be back soon. Let's meet again in the martial world. Even if an unconventional person was more shrewd sometimes, he would still say unconventional things in a suitable situation. So a fool would always be a fool. This was true. I dare to bet with you. When he saw Yao Ningning, Bai Shixian, and the others leave, Tan Tan was so excited that his eyebrows danced. What bet? Chu Yang asked curiously, because after the previous incident, a certain demon king had been taught a lesson by a certain female demon king. It seemed that he had not dared to talk about the word bet for a long time. What was going on today? I bet that when the two of them come back, they will definitely be a couple. Tan Tan said confidently, looking at the backs of Yao Ningning and Bai Shixian. Chapter 22-24. Get lost. Chu Yang said angrily, Do I need you to tell me this? Are you playing with nonsense? The two of them are already flirting with each other now. During this period of time, Yao Ningning had completely given up on Zi Xieching. Firstly, Zi Xieching's heart belonged to someone else, and it was his boss Chu Yang. How would Yao Ningning dare to be rash? Secondly, ever since he saw Zi Xieching's violence, Yao Ningning had nightmares even in his dreams. He dreamed that he married Zi Xieching and was played with as a sandbag every day. This was really a man's nightmare. Who would be willing to be beaten by his wife like a sandbag every day, while Yao Ningning's hair stood on end? His worship of Chu Yang was even greater. Only his boss would be able to bear it. Therefore, Yao Ningning turned his attention to Bai Shixian, whom he already had a good impression of. Every day, he attentively waited on her. Bai Shixian was originally a little ignorant of worldly affairs. Under Yao Ningning's relentless attacks, her heart naturally felt a little like a little girl's vanity. Therefore, as time went by, there was a tendency for them to fall into the enemy's hands. Chu Yang saw all of this. Why would he make such a bet with Tan Tan that he would definitely lose? He also understood why this guy was in such a hurry to make a bet with him today. To make a bet that he would definitely win. Anyone would want to make a bet. Oh, right. What were you doing last night? Why did you make such a big commotion? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, his face full of doubts and suspicions. Nothing. Tan Tan was actually a little bashful, which was rare for him. If you didn't do anything, why did you scream last night? It was as if you were killing something. Chu Yang's face was full of gossip. Get lost. If you ask me again, I'll fall out with you. Tan Tan's face was red, and he turned around and left. The way he walked was completely like a big crab with broad steps. It looked very strange. Chu Yang was stunned for a while, and suddenly seemed to have understood something. He held his stomach and laughed. A snowball was rolled to the size of a millstone by Tan Tan, and it smashed towards him. What are you laughing at? Chu Yang laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He already understood the specific reason now. Yesterday morning, Xie Danfeng had come to Tai Butian hesitantly to ask about this matter. Moreover, she had said that it had to be kept strictly confidential. In the end, after Tai Butian heard it, she laughed so hard that she couldn't care less about her manners. She turned around and told the gossip to Zidong Wu Qianqian. Then Wu Qianqian accidentally told Chu Yang. The matter was like this. Tan Tan had felt that the time was ripe the night before yesterday. Moreover, he had been living with Xie Danfeng for a long time. So, he had become somewhat restless. She then asked Xie Danfeng, "Are we pregnant? My senior brother's child is already old enough to buy soy sauce, but I'm lagging behind by a lot." Xie Danfeng was startled when she heard this. I don't know. Why isn't it here yet? Tan Tan was a bit impatient. Say, how long have we been sleeping on the same bed? Why haven't we had a child yet? Xie Danfeng was a little surprised by his words. That's right. This shouldn't be the case. Both of our bodies should be in good health. The two of them studied for a whole night, but they still didn't have the slightest clue. Yes, the two of them had been eating and living together. However, it had already started since they were in the Chong-Tian continent. So, why hadn't there been any news until now? In the morning, Xie Danfeng came to Tai Butian with dark circles under her eyes and asked, "Why can't we have a child?" Tai Butian was also confused by this question. Although she was an experienced person, she still didn't know much about certain matters regarding virginity. The two women buried their heads and studied for a long time, but they still couldn't figure it out. However, in the end, Tai Butian accidentally discovered that Xie Danfeng was still a virgin. She was dumbfounded on the spot. Since she hadn't lost her virginity, how could she have a child? How could she ask such an idiotic question? Tai Butian was at a loss about this. She vaguely suspected that Tan Tan was actually very unlucky. She couldn't help but ask. Xie Danfeng stammered about this. She blushed for a long time before she spoke. It turned out that these two idiots had always thought that as long as they slept on the same bed, they would be husband and wife. As long as a man and a woman slept on the same bed, they should have a child. Therefore, the two of them had always slept peacefully on the same bed, snoring on their own. Well water didn't interfere with the river water. How could they have a child like this? Tai Butian burst out laughing on the spot. Even her tears had burst out because of her excessive laughter. This kind of weirdo was really rare in the world. Xie Danfeng listened and laughed uneasily. After she understood the situation, she went back as if she was fleeing for her life. The pitiful girl only now knew that if she wanted to have a child, she couldn't have one just by sleeping together. That still required other basic steps, therefore, that night, Tan Tan asked in high spirits. Did you ask? What's going on? Xiadan Feng got angry from the bottom of her heart. So she became bold. Moreover, she was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She thought that this guy had made her lose face. So she angrily grabbed Tan Tan's vital part. Then she ferociously twisted it and roared, "You call yourself a divine master of love? You don't even understand the most basic things. This thing of yours has never shown its power. Where did the child come from? Perhaps Xia Danfeng used too much strength. After all, she was still a little girl. So she didn't know how to control her strength." Tan Tan was caught off guard. He let out a miserable howl on the spot. Then he curled up like a shrimp and rolled on the bed endlessly. It really hurt to death. Even a great demon king would be no different from an ordinary man in that place. At most, it would be a little more powerful. But it certainly wouldn't be able to resist being pinched. Of course, this kind of twisting was even more unbearable. Xiadan Feng couldn't help but jump in fright when she saw this. But she also knew that she had accidentally injured Tan Tan, so Tan Tan didn't have any serious problems after the two of them did this. But they reckoned that he wouldn't be able to do that for a short period of time. Well, he needs to recuperate in this kind of situation. Therefore, although the two of them now understood how to have a child, they couldn't do anything for a short time. Of course, the effect would have been instantaneous if Tan Tan had asked Chu Yang for a heavy pill. In fact, he would have recovered on the same day. However, Tan Tan didn't have enough time to conceal this matter. So how could he say it out loud? At that time, if Chu Yang really asked, "What do you want a heavy pill for?" wouldn't Tan Tan be immediately dumbfounded and ashamed to show his face? To think that he was a great demon king. To think that he had always boasted of being a saint in destroying flowers. After all this time, he actually didn't even understand the most crucial step. In fact, he was just a little virgin who couldn't be any whiter. It was really too shameful. Great Demon King Tan really couldn't afford to lose this person. Fortunately, his little brother Yao Ningning was no longer nearby. If he knew, Tan Tan probably wouldn't have the face to live. So, at this moment, when he heard Chu Yang's question, Tan Tan exploded on the spot. Chu Yang worked so hard for so long. Finally, he found such a joke. How could he let it go? Naturally, he would ask Tan Tan every few days, "Junior brother, how is it?" After a few times, Tan Tan even had the impulse to run away from home. He didn't know if the internal strife would be contagious. The internal strife in Mo Yuntian's military was fierce, and there was also internal strife in Luohua City. However, the target of the internal strife wasn't Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion, but the Tang clan. During this period of time, the Tang clan had 3 internal strife. On one hand, they agreed to move, and on the other hand, they agreed not to move. Then they quarreled. But in the end, the Tang clan's 3rd young master directly threatened them with death. Finally, they used the most shameless and extreme method to stop the clan's base from moving. This guy felt that Chu Yang's words were too reasonable. The Tang clan could develop until now completely because of good feng shui. So he didn't hesitate to fight with his family at all costs. But the price he paid for this persistence was, the Tang clan's eldest young master said, "You don't have to move and can stay where you are, but you have to build a new courtyard on your own, located in the south of the city." But to build a new team was easier said than done. Not to mention other things. Where would the basic funds come from? That was a considerable amount of money. In other words, if you, Tang Yongwei, want the Tang clan to not move, fine. You can build one on your own. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't use the clan's money. The Tang clan's 3rd young master was enraged. He patted his thin chest on the spot and promised generously, "I will build one on my own, and I will guarantee that I will build it and not let anyone down. I will contribute to the prosperity of my Tang clan for hundreds of millions of years." Who doesn't know how to boast? But what if you can't build it? The Tang clan's eldest young master pressed, "I will definitely build it." The Tang clan's third young master's face turned red. He didn't give in at all. I also believe that you can build it. No matter who you give 10,000 years, anyone can build it. Even a cat or a dog won't have a problem. The Tang clan's eldest young master squinted. I can build a new courtyard in 3 years. The Tang clan's third young master flew into a rage. 3 years. Don't brag, there's no dust here. The Tang clan's eldest young master snorted disdainfully. If you can build it in 3 years, I won't fight with you for the position of clan master in the future. But what if you can't build it in 3 years? If I can't build it in 3 years, I will withdraw from the core of the clan and won't fight with you for anything. And I won't fucking be called Tang Yongwei anymore. I will change my name to True Impotence. The Tang clan's third young master's face turned red. He pointed to the heavens and swore. It's a promise. It's a promise. Let's make a promise. Let's make a promise. Let's make a promise. Come. Clap, clap. They had rushed all the way here. The two brothers were quarreling like fighting cocks. Sentence after sentence, no one could get a word in edgewise. The surrounding people didn't seem to have the time to persuade them. The two of them had already made a promise. And don't be evil. The clap, clap here wasn't referring to the Tang clan's third young master and his brother having sex. It was the Tang clan's third young master and his brother clapping their palms together. Clap, 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 clap to make a promise. In the next moment, this promise was actually recognized by the heavenly Tao. It was officially established, and there was no going back on it. Chapter 22-25. Then, the Tang family's eldest young master looked at his third brother with a smile that wasn't a smile. Third brother, this bet has already been set. You can't go back on your word. If you go back on your word, I won't even need to find trouble with you. The higher-ups will directly find trouble with you. To establish a Tang family side courtyard that is not inferior to the Tang family in 3 years, this task is still a bit difficult. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I wish you success in advance. Work hard and do your best. The Tang family's third young master suddenly regained his senses. His head was extremely feverish, and his heart was immediately thrown into a river of gold thread. In an instant, his intestines were green with regret. How was he going to deal with this matter? Wanting to establish such a large side courtyard in 3 years was simply a fantasy. It was a completely impossible task. How was he going to accomplish it? But he had already clapped his hands as an oath. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, it was impossible. The Tang family's third young master wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But when he saw the Tang family's complacent expression, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. Just wait and see. I will definitely succeed. When he said those words, his heart was dripping blood. I'll succeed? I'll succeed your ass. It would be strange if I could succeed. Ha ha ha. This elder brother will wait and see. The Tang family's eldest young master laughed loudly as he walked out. His face was filled with complacency. Then, the Tang family's third young master sat down on the ground. He slapped his thigh and sighed. I'm really stupid, really stupid, really stupid, ah. But he immediately realized that there were countless spectators around. He immediately jumped up and said smugly, Isn't it just a Tang family side courtyard? Isn't this easy? To this young master, it's a piece of cake. What's so difficult about it? As he said that, he hummed a little tune and walked out of the door. Everyone in the room had their jaws dropped to the ground. This fellow, even if his face was slapped until it was as swollen as a pig's head, he still wanted to be fat. Everyone wanted to see how this guy would be able to complete this impossible task in 3 years. As soon as the Tang family's third young master stepped out of the door, his 2 long legs turned into noodles as he wailed, How could I be so stupid? I was led into a ditch by someone with just a few words. 3 years, oh my God. 3 years to establish a courtyard that is not inferior to the Tang family. Oh God, please strike me with lightning. Then he wiped his tears and rolled his eyes. That's right. A hero needs 3 helpers. I'd better hurry and find Chu Yang to think of a solution. That's the most important thing. In an instant, the Tang family's 3rd young master rushed towards the heavenly armament pavilion like a galloping horse that had been cut by a knife. His speed was extremely fast. What's so difficult about such a small matter? Chu Yang patted his chest and said, Isn't it just some money? Brother, don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else. But my methods of making money are definitely not inferior to anyone. Don't worry. How could it take 3 years to establish a Tang family courtyard? Follow Big Brother. You don't have to worry about anything. Big Brother will set it up for you within a year. The Tang family's 3rd young master wanted to cry on the spot. Damn it. Looking at his posture, he only knows how to talk big. These words are too beautiful. I don't dare to believe them. 3rd young master, you can do this. Chu Yang said with a face full of confidence. I'll give you a sum of money first as a deposit. You will be responsible for the food and drink of everyone in the heavenly armament pavilion during this period of time, including medicinal materials, weapons, metal, clothes, etc. As long as you do these things, well, you will have a lot of money. Not to mention a Tang family courtyard. Even if you have 3 or 5 more, it won't matter. Chu Yang patted his chest as if he was full of confidence. During this period of time, there was a serious shortage of manpower. Chu Yang was worried. It was rare for this guy to take the initiative to come and ask for money. This was really a job that fell from the sky. If you want to make money, isn't it easy? As long as you can serve my tens of thousands of people well, wouldn't purple cloud coins be as easy as drinking cold water for me? Not to mention a few 100 million purple cloud coins. Even tens of billions of purple cloud coins would be a piece of cake for this king of hell. By the way, you should set up an auction house for me first. See how I can make money for you. Minister Chu's eyes turned. He wanted to streamline his tribulation space. There was too much junk accumulated in there. It took up too much space. Cleaning out the warehouse was the right way. This is not a problem. But what exactly do you want to do? What important items are you recommending for the auction? It needs to be of a very high grade. The first item must be a hit, otherwise. The Tang family's 3rd young master was a little hesitant. This young master's tone is too big. I'm scared. It's too unreal. Don't worry about it. With this Big Brother as your strong backing, everything will be fine. Chu Yang's tone was so big that it could swallow the sky. As long as this Big Brother puts in some effort, earning 10 billion purple cloud coins in a month is a piece of cake. I believe that just the commission from the auction house alone is enough for you to eat and drink for 80,000 generations. The Tang family's 3rd young master's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to go out and do his work. Now he could only make a Hail Mary effort. This was already his last, life-saving straw. Before leaving, he begged, Big Brother, don't leave me behind. I'm counting on you. Why would I leave you behind? Don't worry and go. Chu Yang was displeased. The Tang family's 3rd young master left immediately behind Chu Yang, Tai Batian, Wu Qianqian, Tan Tan, and the others were trying their best to hold back their laughter. The Tang family's 3rd young master, who had received someone's solemn promise, once again rolled away like a mule with a knife in its butt. However, this time, there was a bit more joy in his heart. Having hope was always better than having no hope. Now that he had this life-saving straw, at least he didn't have to worry so much that he couldn't sleep at night. Big Brother Chu, don't worry. I will do my best to get things done properly. Whether it's basic necessities of clothing, food, housing, transportation, or training, as long as you have enough money, I will definitely get them. But don't forget to grease my hands. The Tang family's 3rd young master really wasn't boasting this time. The Tang family's identity as a local tyrant, which had been entrenched for hundreds of thousands of years, had a long history and connections. As long as there was something in this world, as long as you had money, it wouldn't be a problem. So far, Chu Yang had truly solved the supply and demand problem of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. From now on, the Tang family's third young master was officially in charge of external affairs of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although Chu Yang hadn't officially acknowledged it, it was already an established fact. At least Huyan Aobo, Madame Mei, and the others who were originally in charge of these things could settle down and cultivate. Chu Yang could also be considered to have solved a major problem in his heart. Next, Chu Yang focused his attention on the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. Chu Yang deeply understood one thing. There was a blood feud between him and Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianjia. The other party wouldn't let him off just because of a momentary failure. As long as he didn't die, the other party would definitely not let him off. Although the two sides were currently in two different worlds and were somewhat out of reach, with Mo Yun Tian strength, as long as Yuan Tianjia really made a move, it would definitely be like a thunderbolt. Now, it wasn't just a simple hatred of killing. There was also Meng Wuye and his Dream Slayer army. These were all related to Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianjia's personal problems. Yuan Tianjia couldn't possibly ignore it and not take revenge at all. He believed that as long as the other party made a move, then his seemingly prosperous Heavenly Armament Pavilion really might not be able to withstand the other party's torment. Therefore, right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength. After all, tyrannical strength was the absolute truth. The reason why Chu Yang chose to put these people under extreme pressure to train with their lives was in fact to prepare for this matter. The heaven-earth mystery, yellow fruit. From what Chu Yang knew, there were really a lot of such strange-shaped fruits inside. Moreover, the medicinal power of each fruit was incomparably strong. Just a small part of it was enough to raise the overall battle power of his Heavenly Armament Pavilion by at least a big level. He remembered that back then in the Heavenly Continent, after at least 10% of the fruit's medicinal power was used up and then shared with him and more than 10 supreme martial artists, it was only barely enough to divide and absorb the remaining medicinal power. Even so, everyone was almost about to explode. But it was also because of that time that he and his brothers' strength rushed to the level of a lower supreme martial artist in one fell swoop. Every time Chu Yang thought about it, his heart was burning with passion, but also with lingering fear. Since the last time until now, Chu Yang hadn't given up on exploring, but he still hadn't found out what level the true medicinal power of that fruit could reach. What level? Previously, it was said that it had been used up, but that was only at least 10%. Perhaps it had been used up? Or even more. Even now, Chu Yang was still worried whether the energy contained in this fruit could make a saint explode. When he took the fruit, he was only a 7th supreme martial artist, and the remaining 10% or only 10% of the fruit's medicinal power was shared with more than 10 people. The difference between a 7th supreme martial artist and his current saint level was a great distance. But Chu Yang still wasn't sure that he could bear it. The main thing was that the experience last time was too frightening. Even with Chu Yang's audacity, he didn't dare to act rashly. Ask General Meng to come in. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a while, and finally made up his mind. Not long after, Meng Wuya came in with a face full of doubts. During this period, he also felt that his physique seemed to have changed, and the bottleneck that he hadn't succeeded in breaking through for many years was also showing signs of loosening. He was making use of the time to urge his subordinates to practice, and didn't know why Chu Yang called him over. It seemed that Chu Yang was as busy as he was. Chapter 22-26. Minister, what orders do you have? Meng Wuye's admiration for Chu Yang had increased over the past few days. His subordinates made breakthroughs one after another in a short period of time after using Chu Yang's method to practice martial arts. This kind of achievement, this kind of grand occasion, was the first time in Meng Wuye's long life that he had seen it. For the first time, Meng Wuye was full of confidence in Chu Yang's slaughter of the heavenly demons. As long as they continued to improve, the heavenly demon army would be nothing. It's like this. Chu Yang deliberated over his words and said, General Meng, there's one thing that I am somewhat hesitant about. I can't make up my mind. Well, I don't know if General Meng believes that on the road of martial arts, it is possible to advance 1,000 miles in one step or even reach the heavens in one step. Meng Wu was startled. This saying naturally exists if it is a special case. Especially for low-level martial artists, they can advance 1,000 miles in one step or even reach the heavens in one step if they take some kind of extremely rare heavenly treasure, or if they have been enlightened by a powerhouse. However, this kind of situation is generally reflected in martial artists below the saint level. Generally speaking, once a martial artist reaches the saint level, the amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy required is relatively large. Therefore, this kind of special case is relatively rare. Meng Wu was undoubtedly telling the truth, but he still hesitated for a moment and said, however, this is also a matter of method. Legend has it that there are some very rare and secret methods that are still possible, but we don't know about them. For example, this kind of extreme training that Minister has just mentioned. Chu Yang smiled. General Meng, do you really think that this kind of extreme training that everyone is going through right now, without the addition of external forces, the results would be so obvious? Meng Wu also smiled. The so-called extreme training was not unfamiliar to any martial artist. However, some people had trained themselves to death, and there was absolutely no such thing as a collective breakthrough in the army. He had long had doubts in his heart. Chu Yang certainly had other methods, but if Chu Yang didn't say it himself, Meng Wu, you wouldn't rashly inquire about it. This kind of big secret, the less people who knew, the safer it would be. Meng Wu, you still had a sense of propriety in this matter, but now that he heard Chu Yang take the initiative to mention it, he knew that Chu Yang was ready to solve the mystery. He smiled and said, Please enlighten me. I have a very special treasure of heaven and earth. Chu Yang began to condense his voice into a line. He used the secret voice-sending technique. This kind of heavenly treasure can increase a person's cultivation to the extreme and even improve a person's physique. During this period of time, we used this to create a huge miracle of thousands of people improving their cultivation. As the saying goes, everyone knows how to use magic tricks, and each one is ingenious and different. This is the key to my magic trick. So that's how it is. Meng Wu suddenly realized. Then he felt strange. In this world, he had never heard of such a tyrannical, heavenly treasure. May I ask the minister what kind of heavenly treasure this is? Is it possible to bestow a name? Meng Wu asked curiously. It's a type of fruit. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, But now we're faced with a difficult choice. If we continue to use this fruit on a large scale, the effect won't be very great. However, if we rashly give it to a single person, the medicinal effect will be too great. Even experts like you and me who have reached the level of saint may not be able to bear it. We might even explode on the spot from the enormous medicinal effect. And if we can't digest it, we'll be separated from the netherworld. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, So, how should we use this thing? I want to discuss with General Meng. Can it really make a saint explode? How can there be such an amazing fruit in this world? Meng Wu asked in shock. Meng Wu, you found it hard to believe that a saint-level expert would explode from overeating to the point of bursting. However, Chu Yang's words really sounded as if they were true. It's really hard to say. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how great the medicinal effect of this fruit is, but it's not impossible to say that it could make a saint explode. In the past, after at least half of the medicinal effect of this fruit dissipated, Chu Yang recounted what happened in the past. Meng Wu frowned and pondered. According to what Minister Chu said, the medicinal effect of this fruit shouldn't be a threat to you or me. Meng Wu said, Minister Chu Yang said at most that time in the Heavenly Imperial Court. At most, he would be at the level of mortal level, maybe even lower. And the difference between mortal level and earth level is more than 10 times. And the difference between earth level and heaven level is more than 10 times. And the difference between heaven level and saint level is even greater. As for heavenly level and saint level, the difference is even greater. The difference between heaven level and saint level is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Even if the energy contained in this fruit is beyond our imagination, I believe that it won't exceed the limit of a saint level. Meng Wu Ye was obviously very cautious when he said this, because he knew that as long as there was a mistake in his analysis, it could lead to serious consequences that couldn't be reversed. The only outcome for a saint-level cultivator was to disappear into thin air and die. Not even a bit of his soul would be left behind. In the truest sense, his soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Meng Wu Ye's words would be the basis for Chu Yang's use of this heavenly treasure in the future. Chu Yang pondered again. After a long time, Chu Yang said in a deep voice, "General Meng, I called you here today to ask you to help me determine the limit of this fruit's efficacy. There is another purpose, or rather, the other purpose is the main purpose. That is to ask you to help me test the efficacy of this heavenly treasure and the limit of a saint-level cultivator." Meng Wu Ye listened and nodded. He wanted to ask Chu Yang to test it, but he was afraid that Chu Yang would suspect that he had ulterior motives. After all, this kind of heavenly treasure could only be encountered and not sought. Even if there were some risks, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. If such a magical heavenly treasure was swallowed by him, it would be hard to avoid suspicion of selfishness. This was easy to say, but not pleasant to hear. Now that Chu Yang proposed it, there was no problem. Meng Wu Ye also did not hold back. He said, "I am willing to take a gamble." Meng Wu Ye understood that Chu Yang had said these words after careful consideration. The reason why Chu Yang had asked him to do the experiment was also due to his thorough calculations. The situation now seemed stable, but in fact, danger lurked everywhere. Changes could happen at any time. Chu Yang might be stronger, so Chu Yang had endless trump cards. In the worst case, he could escape with his life. Even if Chu Yang's trump cards were exposed, Mo Yuntian might not be able to see through Chu Yang's entire background. After all, it was too far away and they had little contact. But he was different. Mo Yuntian was too familiar with him. Whether it was his cultivation or fighting style, almost everyone in the upper management of Mo Yuntian knew about him. Especially among the saint-level cultivators, it could be said that they knew each other very well. Once some super experts came over, he could only wait helplessly for death when facing them. There was absolutely no chance of luck. So the person in the most danger now was not Chu Yang, but himself. It could be said that if he did not use this medicine, or if Chu Yang did not happen to have such a magical fruit, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As long as he was found by the enemy, the outcome was already decided. If this kind of heavenly treasure was really too powerful, and he could not bear it and exploded to death, then it was no different from being killed by the enemy. Either way, he would die. It might even be better because he would die quickly. But if he was captured by the enemy and brought back to Mo Yuntian, he might encounter unimaginable pain and suffering on the other hand. If this kind of heavenly treasure did not cause him to explode, but instead allowed him to raise his cultivation by a large margin, then the chances of him escaping with his life, or even turning defeat into victory, would undoubtedly increase greatly. So this gamble, although he had to gamble with his life, but it was still a gamble with the benefits outweighing the disadvantages. What in the world was not a gamble? If he did not place a bet, he would never win. Chu Yang looked deeply at Meng Wu Ye and said, "General Meng, have you thought it through? This process may not be as easy as you think." Meng Wu Ye nodded solemnly. "Minister, I understand your intentions. Life and death are predestined. Gains and losses are up to the heavens." His eyes had a deep sense of gratitude. It was not that Chu Yang could not experiment with this medicine. Moreover, if Chu Yang took it, the success rate would be much higher than Meng Wu Ye's. But once the experiment was successful, the amount of this fruit would be limited. There were too many people who needed to take it. Meng Wu Ye had just come over and had not done anything. If he was given it, how would people be convinced? Even though Chu Yang's prestige was very high, it was still unavoidable to plant a little negative seed. But if it involved life and death, once it failed, Meng Wu would die. That was another matter. Even if he succeeded, Meng Wu would become the first beneficiary. No one would be jealous or feel that it was unfair, because Meng Wu had risked his life to achieve this result. And it was for everyone. In this way, Meng Wu would instead become a hero of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He would be the first to integrate into the core of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and it would be accompanied by a substantial increase in strength. Even though Chu Yang was using Meng Wu to test the medicine, and the risks were unpredictable, but he had indeed put a lot of thought into it. Just as Meng Wu had said, if a medicine could cause a saint to explode, then it would not be a heavenly treasure, but the world's #1 poison. Because even after Chu Lu had studied the poison scripture, she had discovered that the highest level of poison recorded in the poison scripture could only weaken a saint's cultivation to a certain extent. It was absolutely impossible to poison a saint to death. Chapter 22-27. These days I have a premonition. Meng Wu let out a long sigh. And Mo Yuntian's revenge is about to come. With His Majesty's temperament, it's very likely that something unexpected has happened for him to be able to endure for so long. Otherwise, I'm afraid that someone would have come 2 months ago. I just don't know what kind of unforeseen event happened. Meng Wu Ye's eyes were filled with intense worry. Will Marshal Mu be able to protect you? Will you all encounter unfair treatment because of me? Let's begin. Meng Wu Ye's eyes turned clear as he urged. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I will protect you during this period of time. You have to remember that this medicine can't be exposed to the public. Once it's taken out of the storage area, the efficacy of the medicine will quickly take effect. General Meng, if you don't feel confident, you can wait a little longer before taking it. No matter what, I don't want anything to happen to you. We still have to fight side by side against the heavenly demons. Meng Wu nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. Pay attention. Chu Yang said in a low voice. Meng Wu Ye's spirit shook. The next moment, Chu Yang reached his hand into the tribulation space. His palm pressed against a thin layer of the seal that was once unbreakable. With a little force, it penetrated the seal. When his palm felt the strange, square-shaped feeling of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit, Chu Yang had already retracted his hand. He opened his palm, and the magical fruit appeared in his palm. Although Meng Wu was a knowledgeable person, it was still the first time he saw such a square-shaped fruit in this world. The words on it were spinning rapidly. Countless amounts of pure spirit qi gushed out and filled the entire world. Give it to me. Meng Wu did not wait for Chu Yang to react. He had already snatched the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. The next moment, he stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. It would be a pity to waste even the slightest bit of spiritual energy of such a heavenly treasure. When Chu Yang said that, Meng Wu had already made up his mind. How could he allow the slightest bit of medicinal energy of such a heavenly treasure to spread? If he really could not absorb all of it, he would definitely tell Chu Yang how much medicinal energy the fruit had before he exploded. Where was the limit? Therefore, even though he had agreed to it on the surface, Shangxin had already made other plans in her heart. Chu Yang's expression subconsciously tensed up. Seeing Meng Wu swallow the heaven and earth arcane yellow fruit in one gulp, Chu Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath and raise his entire cultivation. If Meng Wu was in a situation where he was unable to digest the excess energy, then Chu Yang would use all of his cultivation to absorb half of the medicinal efficacy with the whale swallowing scattering technique. No matter how overbearing this fruit was, it was impossible for it to explode 2 sages at once. In fact, this was also a fundamental test. Chu Yang already had a plan for this. Meng Wu, you would definitely not to die. But if Meng Wu had expressed his unwillingness to test the medicine from the beginning, Chu Yang would not have forced him. But from then on, he would have to reevaluate Meng Wu. The facts proved that Chu Yang did not disappoint, and Meng Wu did not disappoint Chu Yang. This could not be blamed on Chu Yang's caution. Or rather, it could be said that Meng Wu's military talent was too important in Chu Yang's plan. In the future, he would lead millions of his brothers onto the battlefield. A single mistake could bring about irreparable losses. Chu Yang could not allow himself to make any mistakes. Although the probing this time was indeed somewhat dishonorable, it was imperative and had no choice but to be carried out. No matter what, he had to do it. Even if he felt guilty, he had to feel guilty for once. Under Chu Yang's close watch, Meng Wu's body emitted a burst of intense white light almost as soon as he swallowed the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. Then, the white light became brighter and brighter, completely enveloping Meng Wu's entire body. Chu Yang could clearly see that Meng Wu's originally white face turned red in an instant. Obviously, the test he was enduring was quite severe, and there was a danger of his body exploding. The heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit was a super elixir that did not belong to this world. The first time it was used, it was indeed terrifying. Although Meng Wu's body was trembling slightly, he still spoke calmly and steadily. "Don't worry." Meng Wu's voice was very clear. He was using all his strength to guide the energy flow into his meridians and into his dantian. At the same time, he was carefully observing, feeling, and giving the most accurate assessment. Multitasking like this, unless one had reached a certain level, it was absolutely impossible to do it with such a huge amount of energy. Take Chu Yang as an example. Because of his cultivation method and his physique, his endurance might be far above Meng Wu's. But if the current situation was reversed on Chu Yang might be able to cope with it more easily, but he would definitely not be able to multitask and speak like Meng Wu. This was not only a matter of cultivation, but also a difference in mental state. Most importantly, it was the difference in hundreds of thousands of years of experience. This elixir is indeed a rare treasure. It can be said that this is the first rare treasure I have seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Meng Wu's voice was very calm. All the so-called heavenly treasures I have seen before are like dregs compared to this fruit. This is definitely not an exaggeration. The effect of this fruit is indeed great, but it is still far from enough to make a saint explode. Meng Wu continued to comment. But if a beginner heaven man consumes this fruit, he will definitely explode in the first moment. If a heaven man consumes it, the chances of him being able to bear it if he does not have great perseverance is also not high. If a heaven man consumes the whole fruit, there will probably be no problem. Moreover, if he can fully utilize the energy of this fruit, he will have a great chance of breaking through the boundary of a saint. As for now, I have been at the peak of the beginner saint level for tens of thousands of years, but I have never been able to break through the bottleneck. However, if I fully absorb the energy of this fruit, I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the first stage of the saint level. But there is still a considerable distance to reach the second stage. This fruit is definitely worthy of being called the world's #1 rare treasure. It's just that this fruit seems to have a special effect, which is that in the meridians this medicinal effect will last for a very, very long time. It won't dissipate easily, so a person can only use it at most once in their lifetime. If you consume too much of it, the elixir will accumulate, and it will be difficult to activate the original effect. It will only be a waste. That would be too much of a pity. Of course, this is a theoretical statement. For a person to be able to obtain such a miraculous fruit in his lifetime is already a great fortune cultivated over several generations. If you want more, it will only damage your own fortune. Meng Wuye accurately commented. Chu Yang pondered and deliberated. Meng Wuye's comments were basically the same as his original speculation. This was probably the case. After Meng Wuye finished his evaluation, he began to absorb the energy of the fruit wholeheartedly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not grasp it properly, he would be the world's #1 idiot. Since he had finished his explanation, Meng Wuye quickly entered a state where he forgot about everything and concentrated on cultivation. Chu Yang looked at the expression on Meng Wuye's face. It had already slowly returned to normal. His whole body was emitting a rich, holy white light. Chu Yang felt relieved. Finally, Meng Wuye was about to break through his own boundary. At this time, he could no longer stay here. At this moment, Meng Wuye no longer needed protection. If he was not careful and was targeted by the heavenly punishment, he would not be afraid. But it would make Meng Wuye's heavenly punishment more than double its power. In that case, he would really be the one who caused Meng Wuye's death. Chu Yang tiptoed and carefully walked out. Then he called out to the others and left at least 1,000 feet away from here. After a long while, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rushed over like galloping horses. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. Oh no, I've just finished decorating the study, and old Meng has ruined it just like that. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Then a thin black lightning zigzagged down. The entire land suddenly began to tremble. The heavenly punishment at the level of a saint had once again descended on Luo Hua City. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth revealed a trace of a sincere smile. This time, Tian Fa also meant that there was going to be another saint-level expert in his camp. Zi Xieching quickly walked to Chu Yang's side. Looking at the dark sky and the black lightning, which was even more oppressive than the heavenly punishment she had to endure that day, she asked, Meng Wuye? Chu Yang nodded. How did he improve? In his condition, it is impossible for him to break through so easily. What help did you give him? Zi Xieching was eager to try. I did give him a heavenly treasure, but you have just recently broken through. For the time being, you should focus on stabilizing your own state. It is not suitable for you to break through so quickly. Chu Yang smiled. Zi Xieching sighed and said, How could I not know this logic? But your current situation seems safe, but is actually dangerous. Every additional bit of strength you have will make you safer. So I thought,